What's up, Rusty? We're back at it again. Bringing you Elden Ring. Bringing you Elden Ring for another jolly night of co-op. I'm honing my influencer voice. Let's see. It's actually kind of hot here. Give me a sec. Where did the AC remote go? Okay. So there should be a ridge going down the middle. And then ridges on the sides. Jojo, we played a lot today. No whining. Give me a sec. Okay. I carried Chocho off and put him in his bed. Hopefully he stays there. I believe these ridges will connect to like the wing, right? So a bit like this. Might need slightly higher intensity. This will this will group together a lot of the noise. At least I hope it will. And then there'll be like ridges on the sides here. Like right here, yeah. Right around here would be good. And I give like that alligator hardened carapace look. like a natural defense. I might actually... Where are my extra nibs? I need to figure out where they went. I think they're behind here somewhere. Like, I can actually feel like the nib rotating in the socket. That's not really a good thing. Is this it? Here we go. Let's go exchange this nib. Because it is wearing pretty flat now. It's like an angle. I don't want it to be an angle. I want it to be round. How do I open this? Oh, there we go. And there's the nib remover. I have a lot of extra nibs in here. Wow. They were generous with the extra nibs. Unlike Wacom, they just give you like, I don't know, give you like, what, 5 nibs? It's like 10 in here. Alright, we'll try this on for size, see if this... We'll put the old nib where the new nib used to be, back in the little nib holder. No, I don't like it. Like, I can like feel it twisting, and then like since it's like worn flat on one edge, it's kind of sharp on the edges, and I can actually feel like the nib kind of like digging into the surface of the tablet, which is not a good feeling to have. I'm like, ooh, like that doesn't feel right. I don't want to damage my tablet. This tablet is not cheap. Okay, that feels a lot nicer. Yeah, I haven't replaced the nib since I got this tablet, which is 3 years ago almost. So that one nib lasted me like 3 years. Granted, I don't do a whole lot of sculpting. I do mostly like mouse and keyboard, like hard surface stuff. So wait, I should just like grab the tail. Imagine how pissed off she would be if you like grabbed her tail. Like, if she was like an actual character. Like, don't touch my tail, you filthy heathen. I spent a lot of my childhood like in the backyard catching lizards and snakes. So I have a pretty decent idea of what's going on. You have to be careful about catching the lizards though, because sometimes their tail will just fall off because they're scared. Mean tail docking? Isn't that kind of cruel? I always thought it was kind of cruel to cut tails off of dogs. And that's about it. Turn off lazy mouse. Reduce the intensity. So we have full control over what we're doing. Gastric? Ooh. We have we have medicine in the cabinet if you need it. I think Charlene has like gas. She has like stomach burn, heartburn. Let's go discover some more areas. There's a dungeon back here that we can go get. The more locations that are discovered, the more areas that can be summoned at. You can get sword dance down here too, I think. Yeah, imagine cutting the wings off too. That'd be nuts. Oh, fuck you, man. Yeah. He had the same idea. Where's the summon pool? Is it? Oh my god. Fuck. Whoa. I think I missed the... No, it's deeper in. It's deeper in. Whoa. There it is. Okay. We just need the summon pool. We don't actually need to do the dungeon. I forgot how many runes I came in here with. Whatever. It doesn't make a big difference. I think that's everything. There's still a few areas in Kaled. I didn't get the tower yet. I was gonna add more spikes up here. Where did they go? I know I have... Did I delete the spikes? Hope not. Oh, I did delete them. That's because they weren't, they don't have really good topology. We'll make new spikes. You're... Is he AFK? He's just standing there. Where are we going? Confusion. Very confusion. Oh, it's this thing. I don't have healing, so we'll actually have to fight it for real this time. Instead of just two-shotting it like I normally do. Whoa. Nice. Let's make a few horns. Or should there just be a singular spike? I wonder. Maybe there should just be a singular spike at the end. Just keep things kind of simple. Let's see. How would that alter the hmm. Yeah, I feel like more spikes. I don't know. If they're like really thin spikes like the ones on the wings here, I think it could work. Let's go at least try it. Should at least try. Should the low poly be? I guess we can just get the sphere and then this. This could be our low poly, I suppose. Maybe. Let's go do. Where is it? Initialize. Q sphere. Sure. Okay. What about small wings on the sides of the tail? Let's just stick with something a bit simple for now. That could be like a customization option. Huh? Just now, right? You fell asleep at just like 9 or something and you just woke up. You're only sleeping for like half an hour. Yeah. Well, maybe an hour. You weren't sleeping for very long. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of different ways we can go about customizing the tail. But I'm just gonna make something very default, very vanilla right now. Oh, symmetry was off. That wasn't good. Yeah, I agree. A good example would be like Elden Ring, actually. So in Elden Ring, there's hardly any normal looking helmets. They're all like super wacky. Like there's like seven, how many variations of like the stone gargoyle, the stone imp helmets, and like how many variations of like armets are there? There's like one actual like normal looking helmet, and then the rest are just like completely outlandish. And then you have to like choose. Oh, I guess I'll just have to look like a like a lunatic just to get like +8 in arcane. Guess I have to wear like a rock on my head to get some more intelligence. Yeah, that's definitely gonna make me more smart. So like the the initial assets that I make for Project Nova, like it's setting a baseline, right? It's all of the very stock standard stuff that people are more familiar with. So like a helmet will look like a helmet, like what you would imagine a helmet to be, um, so on and so forth. You gotta have like the vanilla options. You can't just have everything very fantastical. Otherwise, if nothing is normal, then everything is normal. But it also just looks wacky. It's like normal, but like just like bad looking as well. Like imagine Exanima, right? If I didn't make some of the armors for like the first few levels in story mode, it's like the Hershey's Kiss helmet, the poop emoji helmet, right? If I didn't make that, then like it wouldn't make the end game armors. The end game armors would be normal, right? They wouldn't be like wow, look at that armor, right? You need that baseline. You need the noob gear for the epic gear to really shine. It's all about gear progression. Same with body cosmetics. Watch Kingdom of Heaven. The Leper King has some drip. The mask reminded me of the Infested mask. That's because that's where he got the idea. Kingdom of Heaven is like one of the is where I got the idea for the mask. I'm sure that's where like Elden Ring got their idea for the Mirai mask as well. Ooh, what happened to the polygroups here? Let's hide that somehow. Like the polygroups are asymmetrical. Gotta fix that. I'm sure the idea isn't too original. Like a mask that looks like a human face, but it's just made out of metal. It's not that original of an idea. Got a bit of lag. Oh, topological's turned on, that's why. Oh, topological is also turned on for smooth. Okay. An example of where gear progression has gone wrong. You look at Warframe, right? That's where it's gone wrong. Whenever you feel like this game just has too much, this game is just bloated, it's not because it's bloated, it's because the progression uh, needs work. The progression is off. That's why, like Diablo 2, everyone mimics Diablo 2, but they don't understand uh, why the loot system was so good in some cases. Giga Chad's face is a helmet. Okay, we'll work from the tip up. I think that'll give us the best results. Why do I always get summoned here? Do people really have a hard time with the Black Knife Assassin? Maybe they're just scared to do it alone. Stopped playing Warframe years ago. They just kept adding stuff without connecting to the original gameplay mechanics. Exactly. Yeah, they just keep piling the shit on without any thought. Oh, this is the Cemetery Shade one. Okay, yeah. I can see summoning for this as a necessity. I thought that had hyper armor. What the hell? Okay, it's dead. I think Path of Exile actually has a bit of this problem too. It's just like, and it's like unintentional too, right? Like your company, your game is just around for such a long time that you just keep building on top of it without addressing what needs to be done. It's very similar. I would say it's almost exactly like tech debt. So the more you build on top of a system, the more bugs there are. It's the same way, just with gameplay and art assets. Not enough oversight on what goes in a game and what should go in a game and when it should be added to the game. It's pretty important to get all of that right. Even like Diablo, even Diablo 4, like Blizzard got their own formula wrong because, well, they fired all the people who knew how to get it right. And the company basically forgot through amnesia. Like how to build good progression, good loot progression into their game. Like remove the original dropship, have the new ship as a hub. Make space an open world. So actually, uh, the dropship and also God, what's that ship called? I forgot what it's called. The new ship that they added, right? That you can control and shoot from. They're all part of a bigger ship. So the Tenno, they actually command like a pretty big mothership that has never really been explored in lore yet, or at least in game yet. If you look at, there's a diagram online that shows that the dropship is actually part of a much larger ship. And presumably inside that bigger ship is also I gotta look this up. Warframe, what is that called? What is the new ship called? Empyreans? Like the Empyrean, that's the update. Yeah, Railjack, it's called Railjack. Presumably the Railjack is also docked within the larger ship. Uh, or maybe it's just docked at your clan dojo or something. But yeah, they don't really... There's no tie-in between all of that. You're still missing the bigger mothership that we still haven't seen in Warframe. At least I haven't seen, and I haven't played in a couple of years, so maybe they did fix that, but I don't know. But yeah, they just keep adding in new Warframes constantly. It's like they have a quota to meet every year. Every year you gotta have 10 new Warframes. Well, that's exaggerating. They usually have like what, 3 new Warframes every year, I would say. But still, that's like so much. It basically becomes a collector game then. It's no longer about saving the galaxy. It's all about collecting Pokemon. And like why do that, right? There's no point. There's no point in just amassing a large amount of Warframe. That's just not a fun mechanic. At some point you just gotta restart from a clean slate. I don't think that's true. I think they're just being a bit sloppy, that's all. They just don't maintain what they have. Like, it's been a common complaint among a lot of players that Warframe doesn't maintain what it has. It's just... Remember how long it took? Like, I started playing, I forget when, I think like 2016 or something. Maybe 2017. Sometime before Plains of Eidolon. That is when I started playing. But yeah, it took them so long to like update certain aspects of the game. I wonder if on Oberon, there's a deluxe skin for Oberon that looks like a butterfly. It's like orange and black. I wonder if they've ever fixed the weight map issue on his skirt. He is on the left side of the bottommost hem of Oberon's deluxe skin skirt. There are no weight maps for that vertice, and it pisses me off. Like, how did that get past testing? I'd have to like download the game and like log in to check, but I imagine that they don't go back and fix cosmetics either. Because they put in a bug report for that. Did I not get summoned? Oh yeah, I did get summoned. It was the Black Knife Catacombs. Let's go unlock the tower here. The game engine is very old at this point. Their architecture is probably like Brazilian slums. Yeah, but that's like no excuse. Like, just go in there and fix it then. Just because the engine is old doesn't mean you can't like maintain the engine. Like, add some QOL so that your designers can actually like work better inside the engine. Fix engine bugs, etc., etc. Is it this ladder? I think it was this ladder. Still no widescreen for Elden Ring. It's just like the little shit that it's actually not even that little. It's not hard to make a game compatible with multiple types of monitor. Like scalable, adjustable, like dynamic user interface. You should be able to scale like any game to any resolution that you want. Granted that it's like big enough to hold the like the user interface and like the screen and it's like the main elements so that the user interface isn't overlapping on itself. It has to like meet that bare requirement. Like, if this game was actually scalable, you can like turn this game into like windowed mode and then like change the window to whatever size you want. And it should adapt to it. Okay, that's all I need here. Refactoring old engine might not be financially viable. No, it is. Like you don't change the entire engine at the same like all at once, right? It's just like cleaning up small things here and there, like very slowly over time. You just like have like a couple of people, not like a whole team or anything. Just like make like small improvements to the engine over time. Like it's totally viable. Like that's what Maddox's been doing. Like, Maddox makes improvements to the engine all the time. Like engine maintenance is something he spends a fair amount of time on, actually. Maintenance and improvement on the bare metal engine. That's how we're upgrading from 32-bit to 64-bit. Have you ever tried to read code you wrote ages ago, or even worse, someone else's code? No, but like, it's never not impossible, right? You just like stare at the problem for a couple hours to a couple months, and then you'll figure it out eventually. Like you can have the engine. Obviously, you're not gonna be working on the live engine that everyone else is working on at the moment and like adding stuff to the game to. You just have like a copy of the engine somewhere off to the side and you work on that. And then once there's like significant improvements to the copy of the engine, it's like and it's been thoroughly tested, you send out that engine to everyone else so they can enjoy the improvements. I'm sure like coding a game engine is not easy work at all, but it's not like an impossible feat either. But people seem to treat it as like something insanely difficult, and which it is. I'm not discounting that it's not a difficult thing to do, but it's not an unapproachable thing to do either. It's not an impossible thing to do. Like look at this sculpt, right? If I were to show this sculpt to my past self and say, hey, make this, I'd be like, what the fuck, are you crazy? Right? And so yeah, go do this. You gotta go sculpt every single scale on on this uh on this model by hand. You go and do that. Obviously that would be like a huge ask. But I didn't make this model in like a day. Looking back on my weekly progress log, like I've been working on this model this entire year from January, before January to April now. So that's like it's like 4 months, more than 4 months I've been working on this model in my spare time. Madoc is a rare case? Apparently so. Well, so what if it breaks, right? You just replace the code back and then keep working on it. It's not like you're working on the live version of the engine. In fact, breaking things is a good way to figuring out how things are connected within someone else's code. Like, oops, I took out this part. Now nothing works. Let's go put it back. See what else I can take out. Let's make sure that I'm not super hyper focused fixated on the micro details here. I just need to break up some of the larger scales here so there's a finer gradient at the tip. Okay, yeah, the spikes here adds a little bit more oomph to the tail. I think it looks good now. Another guts. For some reason, you know what? I've seen so many guts cosplays that it's actually kind of a treat seeing them now. I don't know why. It's just funny seeing so many guts. And the funny thing is too, right? When I was younger, I kind of looked like Guts. I had the same hairstyle, so it looks like me running around everywhere. Obviously, like I don't have the muscles and stuff. I don't actually look like the character, but like I had the hairstyle when I was younger. Similar hairstyle that you find in Elden Ring. This is like an Asian dude with the same hairstyle running around. We'll see if there's anything interesting to watch. Oh, there's more heat wave in Asian news. Give me a second. I'm just gonna like stretch a bit. I have to stop slouching. I slouch too much. Listen to this first. Which one? This one, I guess. Cha-cha, calm down. I wonder if I adjust my seat so it's lower. Where is that? This. Okay, we'll try that. Maybe my seat was a little bit too high. What is this? Just like... How much stalling is there before it actually starts? Okay. There's like 20 minutes of loading.
Week of May, and this extends in the region all the way from South Asia through to Southeast Asia. This is what we want to talk about today.
I know, the intro is like 20 minutes of nothing. But it's like live as well, so
to questions and comments
they could have trimmed that part out.
And I'm Michelle Stockman, and I will be paying special attention to your
That said, I don't
questions
really
and
trim out
comments that you put in the live chat.
my AFK
We really
moments
appreciate
either.
those of you who have already participated, who are already really active in there. We're going to put as many of your questions and comments to our special guests who will be joining the discussion. So please keep them coming in. We want to make you a part of this talk.
And large parts of Asia are currently reeling from these extreme temperatures, and this has affected everything from farming to schools, children, power demand, fisheries. I mean, the list is endless, and we will discuss some of that. But this is also why we want to hear from you. How are you coping with extreme temperatures in the area where you are living? Write to us in the chat section. It should be there on your screens now. We would love to hear from you. How are you coping with the extremely hot weather? On this conversation, hopefully we'll be able to provide some solutions for you at an individual level and also at a local governmental level that can be implemented in the areas and the cities that you are in.
Right, and we really appreciate those of you who have, again, already shared your personal experiences with us. Some of you did that on the community post that we have posted a couple hours before the chat. People like Lam Hormek, 44 degrees Celsius in some parts of Cambodia, feel like we're burning alive. Mr. Weeb, 8533, my country, Bangladesh, got poverty, 7 to 8 hours, no electricity. On average, 37 degrees to 40 degrees, hot weather at rush hours. It's a living nightmare. And we've also
That's pretty
heard
hot.
from Xfer 87, some parts of the Philippines are hitting 53 degrees Celsius heat index. It's brutal. So yeah, I mean, my heart goes out to you guys. I spent a couple summers in Pakistan, so I can understand some of this heat you're going through, but these temperatures really are just seem to be going through the roof. So please, again, we want to hear from you. Share with us your experiences in the live chat. If you haven't subscribed, do that so that you can, again, take part and be part of this discussion. Let me introduce other people here around the table who will be taking part in the discussion too. First, we've got DW climate reporter Louise Osborne. She's one of our experts that will be posing your questions to today. And then we've got Nehal Jory. She is a journalist and anchor here at DW. You've seen her on News Desk before. She'll bring us up to date on
Nice 23. That's like perfect weather.
And then we've got Cherry Chan.
That's so nice.
She is a steady hand here in the DW newsroom, and she will be in the chat.
That is
making
the
sure
perfect
that we are
temperature.
aware of your comments and questions. And then let me not forget, just a few meters away from us is Wade Adams. He is our producer. He and the team back there are going to make sure that we stay connected to you and that, again, we hear from you and hear your questions and we can have a great discussion.
A small but very efficient technical team that works behind the scenes to bring you this stream that you are seeing on your screens right now. I also wanted to sort of tease you. I also want to sort of let you know that there'll be two experts who'll be joining us later on the program. Raghu Murtugudde, for those of you who might have heard of him, he's an earth scientist, and Dr. Radhika Khosla, who's an urban climatologist, who'll potentially be able to offer us some advice on what one can do to beat the heat in terms of solutions that currently exist.
All right, yes. And again, thanks to all of you who have been commenting in the chat. It is very lively already. But first, to get things started, I want to turn the time over to Cherry, who's going to introduce the poll question that all of you can participate in today.
Right, so we have a poll question. Do you have the means to cool down? We actually put this question in our community chat a few hours ago, and we have already gotten over 4,000 votes, so it's quite active in our community.
4,000 votes already, and this has been like less than 3 hours, right?
Less than 3 hours, exactly. And then let me check the latest number. Okay, so half of the people who voted say, yes, I'm managing fine. 21% said yes, but it's expensive. 15% says no, I can't afford it, and 9% say nothing works, it's too hot. But for those of you who just joined us right now, you can also vote. The poll is in the live chat, just on top of the chat. So yeah, vote, and we will discuss the result later.
So 9% are saying nothing works, it is too hot. Hopefully, we'll be able to offer you some solutions by the end of this conversation that you can potentially implement at the personal level to I don't know, beat the heat and
Number 4 is,
you know,
oh god, I'm burning
so
alive.
stay tuned.
It really makes us hot under the collar. You know, it really.
All kinds
I'm
of
on
color, blue
fire.
and white collar people
tough,
are affected
yeah.
by this. It doesn't discriminate. So right, let's get started and get a quick look at where we stand currently when we're talking about heat waves in the region. We need an update on that, and this is where Nehal Jory comes in.
Yeah. Well, you know, just 2 years back, I was reporting on the heat wave from India, and it was April 2022, and it was the hottest April in a decade. It was really difficult getting our work done. We were going around Delhi trying to speak to the people who are most affected, and you get headaches, you feel dizzy, there's a real danger of getting heat stroke. And it's hard to believe that now it's only gotten hotter. So South and Southeast Asia are experiencing what many climate scientists are now calling a historic heat wave. These are temperatures far above the average that these regions would be seeing at this time of the year. And of course, there are seasonal variations in any country over the year, but that's not what we're talking about. So let's take a look at a world map and just see what sort of temperatures we're really speaking of. If we can just share my screen. There we go. So these are temperatures from today by the University of Maine.
Man, I actually jumped down there, don't I?
Good view of that. Okay, yeah. So the red band you see in the middle, that's expected. Okay, that's a hot zone around the equator. You would expect temperatures to be higher there. But if you look at the details, that's when it gets really strange. So, for instance, parts of Bangladesh and China have touched 43 degrees Celsius. India has had code red for the northeastern city of Kolkata at 46. Now remember this, these temperatures can occur in these regions, but it happens at the peak of summer in June. What's problematic is that these temperatures are being reached at the start of summer, and then it persists for weeks on end.
It's fine, I can just get out of here.
In Manila, for instance,
These runes are
170
kind of
record was
polluted
broken
with
when temperatures reached
other
48.8
runes
towards end of
from
April
my
already.
world, so
Close to
I
4,000
forgot
schools have been
what I
closed,
have
but
anyway.
that affects millions of students across the country. And teachers have spoken about how they feel dizzy, how they've got headaches, and students are getting nosebleeds.
God
I'm feeling
damn.
dizzy just listening to these details from you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just can't imagine concentrating on anything.
I mean, I've been in that kind of a situation before. I mean, these are visuals from Manila that we are seeing. Sorry to interrupt you, Nehal, but then when I was in school many, many decades back, that was a nice time. But it wasn't so nice when the schools were bleedingly hot. And you had to sit in those classrooms without air conditioning.
Yeah, and it's not just classrooms, right? So now, if you look at Indonesia, rice has become really expensive because rice crops were damaged during prolonged heat last year. So we're still seeing the after effects of that. And it also means that farmers have ended up in more and more debt. If you move over to Thailand, some parts like northern parts of the country have reached close to 44 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
And energy providers have been complaining that it's putting a lot of load on their power grids as a lot of people use air conditioning to keep themselves cool. Of course,
Give me a
people
sec.
can afford it.
Right.
You move up, if you look sort of off Thailand's coast, there's also the real danger of coral reefs getting bleached. That's something that scientists are warning us of. And as these waters warm, which is what is affecting the coral reefs, similarly in Vietnam, thousands of fish have been dying and washing up on the coast. We have some pictures for that, actually. It's really dramatic. Just the vast number of fish that you see washed up there.
These are all fishes?
Yeah,
I can't. That's a wow.
These are fishes? Oh my God.
they died and they've just floated up.
I don't know, Louise. How do you react looking at this? I mean, apparently I've been told this is a fish farm, but then still they're dead. What do you think, Louise, looking at that?
Okay, I'm back.
I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? And, you know, this is not the only part of the world where you're seeing this happening. This is happening in many parts in Mexico. This was seen last year as well. So this is something that we are seeing more and more as a result of climate change, actually.
And again, this is because the water's too hot for the fish.
Yeah.
Wow.
Directly affects food.
Again, this is because the water's too hot for the fish. Wow. Okay.
And this directly affects food supply, right? I'd imagine if this is a fish farm, this goes into the food chain, and now these fishes are not entering the human food chain anymore. I mean, it sounds pretty basic, but then it's pretty impactful.
Exactly, and I think
Put it that
that's
way.
the point all these examples make, that it's really our entire ecosystem, or actually multiple different ecosystems that are all suffering under this immense heat. And it just impacts everything that we know, right? And let's not forget that this heat also kills people. I've not been able to find any reliable numbers for heat wave related deaths in Asia, but for instance, Thailand authorities already say that 30 people have died just this year from heat waves.
Right.
And why are these people dying? Because our world's become too hot to bear.
Right. I mean, wow. Such a great big picture you've given us there. You know, so many aspects of life, both human and animal life, the whole ecosystem that's affected. I mean, we've got, again, comments from people here talking about how it's affecting them. Worries from Martin Fisher, where is this going to go, 50 degrees Celsius and more in the coming decade? And then, you know, again, if we talk about the little moments, the way this affects life, from Koala, saying that he's struggling and it's changing his life. He had plans to take his dog for a walk tonight, but as soon as he stepped outside of the house, he felt overwhelmed by the warmth and discomfort. So, I mean, these little ways that it's changing our lives, you know, really can kind of, I think, be depressing, but also it's much bigger than not being able to walk our dog. It really can affect our health and our livelihoods.
As Jack O sort of put it succinctly, India is on fire, and it's not just India that is on fire. Keep those comments coming in. We would really like to know how you are coping
Okay,
with
this
the
looks good.
heat and what it is meaning
The
for you
gradient
and your family
looks
in the area that you live
all
in.
right.
We were talking about India. Let's bring in
Let's
a
go
guest
pull out the
from
details
India.
here a
I'd
little
like
bit
to bring
better.
in Raghu Murthugude. Hi, Raghu. Good to see you. Raghu is an Earth Systems scientist and an emeritus professor at the University of Maryland, and he's also a professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and he's joining us from Bangalore. Raghu, thanks so much for making the time. I know you're on a deadline, so I'll try and get right to it. Simple question with perhaps a complex answer. What is causing this unseasonal heat wave?
Yeah, so I mean, the heat wave is not unseasonal really, so we need the broader context. Even to some of the comments the previous speakers were making, we need to remember that we had a big El Nino that's still winding down, and we have global warming going on. So El Nino itself is a mini global warming, releases heat from the ocean. Superposed on that, what is surprising is that 2023 was much warmer than just superposing global warming and El Nino, and we have blamed cleaner air and the volcano that went off and threw up a lot of water vapor. So keeping that in mind, now we are in the season of heat waves. This is the summer before the monsoon for most of the countries, and that's what is causing this. So we are amplifying the natural cycle because of the last stage of the El Nino. Global warming is adding steroids to it. So when you see fish kill like that, it's not just warm temperatures. It is actually deoxygenation. So when the water's warm, the oxygen begin to disappear. And when it drops below about 5 milliliters per liter or 2 milliliters per liter, we begin to have hypoxia and anoxia. So it is much more than temperature. It's the oxygen that begins to have massive kills of fish. So it's not just warming.
Just stay with us on the line, Raghu. You're talking about El Nino and global warming. I'd like to drill down.
Oh yeah, I
into
learned
El
about
Nino
this
a
in marine
bit.
biology
And before I
class.
do that, I just want to sort of play what
Yeah, the world's
UN
fucked.
Climate Crisis Coordinator was saying when it came to El Nino. Let's just listen to that soundbite. Wade will play that for us because we have that prepared, and then we'll continue talking.
This El Nino event, just to say, this is one of the strongest we've had since 1950 when we started recording it. So about 40 to 50 million people affected in 16 countries. At the moment, there are projections that this is going to get worse and affect communities well into next year. If we act now and act fast, the world will have not another major crisis on its hands. We can prevent this. We know what needs to be done, and we can do it now with timely action.
I'd like to know what that timely action is, but then Raghu, just for the first, as a very basic thing to me, because I'm just a journalist, what is El Nino? Can you explain that to me?
So if you imagine the tropical Pacific around Galapagos, when you have normal
Sorry, Raghu, are you still on?
effects of the Earth.
Okay. Raghu, sorry, you broke up there. Can you just talk? Yeah, you
I was
broke
gonna
up
say
there. So
something
can you
else.
just
I already know
articulate
all of this. This is something a little less depressing.
Gamers, man, what an unexpectedly huge week we just had. Stellar Blade popped off, Mana Lords kind of broke the internet, and Fallout 4 kind of broke itself. Or more specifically, Bethesda broke it, but hey, what else is new? Me personally, I've been dumping a ton of hours into No Rest for the Wicked, and let me tell you, There's one very, very special video game. Yeah, man, it just feels like a Hades level event almost, like an indie title that launches into early access and it just hits so right that you can almost feel you're playing a Game of the Year contender in the making. Really fantastic game, so much so that I was torn on whether or not to recommend it now versus wait till later. I landed on check it out now. Enjoy the 20 or so hours that are there and then put it out of your mind until that 1.0 release. Even in early access, this is one of the best things I've played this year, and I see little reason to deprive yourself of that if you don't have to. Anyway, while I've been playing that, it seems like everyone else has been playing Fallout 4, or at least trying to. But Bethesda, man, Bethesda never changes. Haven't you heard? Fallout is cool again, thanks in large part to the Amazon Prime TV show, which has reignited interest in the franchise after it absolutely cratered with Fallout 76. We covered some of the numbers last week, but long story short, every man and his mum has reinstalled at least one version of Fallout this past couple of weeks, with the franchise hitting 5 million players in a single day across all platforms on one day last week. Absolutely huge. Fallout 4 in particular has seen a massive surge since it's the last mainline single-player moddable entry in the series. And when it comes to Fallout, or all Bethesda games really, people love them some mods. So you can imagine how excited the PC community was when Bethesda announced that they were releasing a next-gen console patch for Fallout 4, when they would also add things to the PC client, including, really badly implemented ultra-wide? But don't worry though, the good news is, all of your mods are broken too. It's really not an exaggeration. Bethesda did release a 14GB patch for the PC client that really only added a very wonky ultra-wide mode that clearly has not been properly implemented and causes weird UI scaling issues and glitches. It also has some Creation Club fixes, because everyone loves the Creation Club. Outside of that, it really does just break a huge number of mods that people were regularly reliant on. Bethesda said that they took care to minimize impact on mods, but they say that every time and it's never true. As a result, people are very unhappy. On Steam, the game slipped from very positive into mostly positive, with a visualization of recent reviews showing just how pissed off people are with the update. One of the most popular threads on mod site Nexus Mods is one detailing how to stop the game from updating, and you know you've struck gold with a patch when your community actively works to avoid it. As bad as they are on PC, they are much, much worse on Steam Deck. One of the most touted features of this update is that Fallout 4 was going to become officially Steam Deck verified. Bethesda confidently crowed about that, but in context it seems almost laughable that they did so. The update removed the Bethesda launcher from the PC client, and that was actually the only way that you could change graphical settings on Steam Deck. Now you literally cannot change your graphical settings when playing on Deck. They are decided by Todd, and that is it. That is basically unheard of when it comes to the Steam Deck, and kind of antithetical to the whole point of handheld PC gaming. Plus, there's a bug that literally halves your frame rate despite the game saying that you're running at twice the frame rate. So the deck thinks it's running at 90 FPS, but actual frame data shows the game running at 45 FPS.
This is why I'm not playing Fallout.
Going into the INI files because
This
is
is
what
a buggy
we do
game.
with Bethesda games. We go in and type things into the INI files to fix them because Bethesda cannot be relied on to do that for us. Believe it or not, there's also an issue on console. Ironically, the issue is specific to Xbox, the console that owns Bethesda. One of the biggest features promised in this next-gen update was a performance mode that would deliver up to 60 FPS 4K resolution, and a quality mode that would also deliver 4K resolution, but lock in a floor of 30 FPS. The upside was meant to be some sort of ultra settings for the game to make it look better. Thomas Morgan of Digital Foundry noticed that it wasn't working properly and eventually isolated the issue to Xbox Series consoles. It turns out that only the performance mode works, and when you try to switch over to the quality mode, it just doesn't work. It says it does, but it stays on performance. Bethesda responded with a really confusing tweet that actually contradicts their own patch notes, and then they just didn't follow up with any new information. And so now no one actually knows what's going on and what Bethesda was shooting for with this quality mode. There is a minor issue on PlayStation as well, as Fallout 4 is currently available on the PS Plus Extra tier, but the next-gen client is not available to those subscribers. So they're stuck.
Celia Hideaway.
Hey.
Looks like everything's dead. The host is swapping over to something. Does he want to kill the boss or or what? I feel like we're gonna get invaded. I heard Swift Glintstone Shard is actually good against Crystallians. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll see. Whoa. I feel like this, maybe they're like trolling. It's probably not very good. Motherfucker. Oh.
Playing the PS4 version of the game, Bethesda says they're working on a solution and that they appreciate our patience. Man, if I had $1. I think the whole situation is neatly summed up by this meme. Doing
You got
this
increase in
weekend.
subs
Drop
on your
update for
Fallout
9-year-old
Nuka Girl
meme.
wallpaper.
That shit no one
That's
cares
cool.
about. Break every mod. Classic Todd. Todd actually did have some good news this week, and it was for Starfield. Todd made an appearance on the Kind of Funny show, and there Greg Miller hosted an in-depth interview that covered everything.
The Elder
from
Scrolls
TV
6
shows to
future
Fallout
doesn't look
76's
too
recent
hot.
resurgence to the current and future state
Well,
of
if they
Starfield.
release
He
it
said that Todd
in
Howard
Southeast
said that
Asia,
Starfield's
it would
first
be
expansion,
hot.
titled Shattered Space,
You see,
will
there's
arrive sometime northern fall
there's
2024,
their
aka
solution.
sometime between September and November. Todd didn't provide any more details on what that Shattered Space expansion would contain, but the fact that it's arriving only a year after the launch of the initial game leads me to suspect that much of the design thinking that went into it was probably either done or nearly done around the same time that Starfield shipped, since major expansions require plenty of dev time. In that sense, I wouldn't expect Shattered Space to be a response to the criticism that Starfield has received since launch. I think we need a more distant horizon for that sort of content. Still, there are targeted interventions that Bethesda are making as they go, and Starfield owners will get hold of some of them real soon, since there's a patch launching in the near future that will deliver a bunch of stuff, including new display modes on console, new shipbuilding features, city maps, making it much easier to get around town, as well as new gameplay options and additional surprises, whatever all that means. To their credit, Bethesda do stick with their games over the very long term, because their player bases do as well. So while Starfield didn't exactly ring people's bells at launch, there's every reason to expect that the game will improve substantially over the coming months and years. Bethesda was at one time the jewel in Xbox's crown, but that position was usurped last year when Microsoft completed their acquisition of Activision Blizzard King for a very nice $69 billion. The transaction was a big investment, one of the largest purchases in corporate history, and it shows just how seriously Microsoft takes the business of video games. It's paying dividends for them too, as a recent earnings call revealed that Xbox content and services revenue is up 62%. Pretty impressive, right? The only catch is that 61% of that came from Activision Blizzard King, so the Xbox brand itself only achieved organic growth of around 1%. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella seems unworried about the finer details, remarking in an interview, quote, "Earlier this month, we had 7 games among the top 25 of the PlayStation Store, more than any other publisher," end quote. Well, yeah, but that's what happens when you buy the world's largest video game publisher and put it under your banner. So, I don't know, that doesn't seem like that big a deal. Anyway, I think it's more telling about the overall health of the Xbox brand that the recent sales data for hardware figures indicates that year on year, console sales are down around 31%, and that follows a 30% year-on-year drop from the previous year. We've spoken a few times now about rumors of declining sales and third-party developers questioning the value of porting their releases to Xbox, and these sales figures certainly don't do anything to reset that narrative. Still, these numbers are to be expected when Microsoft keep telling us that their focus is on letting us play wherever we want, while also making their catalog of games available on PlayStation. Each new bit of data and each new utterance from Microsoft seems to reinforce the idea that Microsoft are less interested in the Xbox brand and more interested in a future as a multi-platform publisher, leveraging massive IPs like Call of Duty, Candy Crush, and Diablo. I mean, does anyone really think that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be exclusive to Xbox at this point? I think that ship has well and truly sailed. And it's funny how much can change in just a few short months, because at the beginning of 2024, that sort of sentiment would have been unthinkable. Pivoting now to a game I don't often cover, Escape from Tarkov. I played a little bit of Tarkov when it first launched and thought to myself, nope, that is too much video game for me, thank you very much. Tarkov's focus on gritty realism, high-stakes extraction, and die-hard community make it a pretty intimidating game to step into, credited as the game that kickstarted the extraction boom while still maintaining a gigantic player base to this day. But you know, when I bought that game years ago, I actually did buy the Edge of Darkness edition, which promised me access to all future DLCs. It's actually the main reason that I bought that edition, since clearly this was a game with a promising future, lots of new content likely to be added, made sense to get in on the ground floor with a higher upfront cost but less total money spent over the life of the game. I was not the only person who made that value-based decision, which is why when developer Battlestate Games announced a new $250 version of Tarkov that includes new DLC and benefits that were not being provided to those who bought the Edge of Darkness edition, you can understand why the Tarkov community is in absolute revolt right now. It all started over the weekend when Battlestate uploaded a trailer for something called the Unheard Edition, a new package that costs $250 At a baseline, it includes a number of pay-to-win elements like new unique weapons, more flea market slots, increased starting level after server wipes, and most importantly, prioritized matchmaking, pushing you to the front of the queue while all those paupers who only paid $150 for their edition have to wait in line. All of this stuff is, of course, complete bullshit and has no place in a competitive game, let alone a premium full-price product like Tarkov. The real kicker, though, is that the Unheard Edition would also contain a new single-player PvE game mode with its own progression economy and everything, and that mode would only ever be available to people that purchased the Unheard Edition. Those who purchased the Edge of Darkness Edition would never receive this new content. Now, firstly, imagine adding a new game mode as important as single-player PvE and then paywalling that behind a $250 version of your game. That in itself is insanity. But then also imagine having the audacity to not provide that game mode to people who have already spent $150 on your game, predicated on the promise that they would receive all future DLC for free. Like, the absolute balls on these developers. When meeting the inevitable backlash of the decision, Battlestate retreated to semantics. See, a new game mode is not technically DLC, according to them. Quote, DLC means additional downloadable content. PvE is a feature and a game mode. Just because you all want it to become a DLC, it wouldn't mean it is one. It's featured game mode for the new addition to the game, end quote. Yes, a featured game mode is not a DLC. Ridiculous. What's next? Overwatch 2 goes free to play but still charges for its PvE content? Oh wait, they already did that. Anyway, point is, Battlestate just straight up scammed their players right here, including their most loyal and devoted customers, and that's exactly what the community has said. Repeatedly, and I mean that literally, because right now, the community is spamming a copy-pasta phrase across all official channels and discords that reads, quote, "For 8 years, we've been recommending this game to friends, bringing more and more players into the community, and what was the developer's response? They've blown us off, refused to comment, and only encourage those who have lost all respect for themselves and continue to pour money in. This cannot be tolerated," end quote. Personally, I prefer the Final Fantasy XIV free trial copy-pasta. I think it has a little more zest, but different times call for different pasta. Battlestate have tried repeatedly and unsuccessfully to respond to the situation in ways that really make you yell, "Dig up, stupid!" The first was their semantic wordplay, which didn't do them any favors. Then they had the bright idea of giving Edge of Darkness owners some, but not all, of the promised perks, while also providing access to the PvE game mode, but only for 6 months. Have you ever heard of a video game giving you access to essential content for 6 months and then yanking it away after you'd already spent $150
That's
Unspeakable.
Destiny 2.
Unbelievable. You can guess
I've
how
heard
it
of it
went down
already.
on Reddit.
Destiny
Over
2 does that.
6,500 comments on that thread with 0 upvotes. Those are some Star Wars Battlefront 2 numbers right there. This led to Battlestate offering another response, doubling down on their semantics argument, while also offering a standalone purchase option for the PvE
Oh wait, I already have his
DLC,
grace.
with Edge of
Never
Darkness
mind.
owners getting a 70% discount. They also committed to making changes to the pay-to-win perks on offer in the Unheard Edition, without committing to what those changes might be. Predictably, the community hated this too, and so Battlestate's COO offered a third and to this point final response, apologizing to the community while saying that they will provide Edge of Darkness Edition owners access to the PvE mode, but in waves to ensure server stability, and again reiterated that the pay-to-win stuff would remain but be balanced. In conclusion, they stuck to their guns about the semantics, didn't acknowledge any wrongdoing, offered a weak apology that was more like, sorry you feel this way, and they continue to offer pay-to-win benefits that actively disadvantage you unless you pay them $250 US. Not since the Unity debacle have I seen such wanton destruction of brand and credibility, but funnily enough, Battlestate went on the offensive at one point, tweeting about a game called Arena Breakout Infinite, another military sim extraction shooter that Battlestate feels is trying to eat their lunch or something. They tweeted out the following, quote, "Have a nice 20-minute adventure in the blatant plagiarist game, in and out," end quote. But Twitter pulled the old reverse Uno, dunking mercilessly on this out-of-touch tweet as evidence of how entitled Battlestate had become. The tweet now has over 4.3 million impressions, so you got to imagine that Arena Breakout Infinite are pretty appreciative of the free marketing. Hell, even Helldivers 2 got in on the action. Over the weekend, they tweeted out a mocked-up image of an item bundle containing cosmetics featuring extra pocket size and extra stims. It sells for 250 super credits, a price so low that Arrowhead Games describes it as unheard of. Well played, Arrowhead. Always at the absolute top of their Twitter game. A quick lightning round to finish off, but sticking with a similar theme for a bit longer, Frontier have just announced that they're adding paid ships to Elite Dangerous. A future update will see new ships added to the game that can be purchased with real money, but 2 months later those same ships will be available to earn free with in-game currency. The move has been met with a lot of indifference from the core community, many of whom seem okay with the idea of handing over money for early access to spaceships. I guess this is how Star Citizen managed to crowdfund over $500 million. One community that's not okay
Do I really
with
not have
monetization is
the
Tekken community.
grace here? I
Again,
thought I
launched
did.
free of in-game spending, but a post-review patch added an in-game cash shop allowing you to purchase various cosmetics. This is in addition to Tekken 8 being the first in the series to feature a battle pass, and one with a premium track at that. As a result, players have voiced their dissatisfaction in one of the few ways they can, Steam reviews. The title has just this week fallen to mostly negative on Steam, with just 34% of recent reviews being positive and almost every negative review calling out the monetization, which people claim feels like a bait and switch. And yeah, it kind of is that, because if you add a post-launch patch without foreshadowing it, people are naturally going to feel pretty duped. Tekken boss Harada-san has defended the move, saying that Tekken 8 was roughly 3 times as expensive to make as Tekken 7 was. Bandai Namco made roughly $2.8 billion in profit last year. Always keep that in mind when
Celia
developers and
Town
publishers tell you that they simply must raise the
Interesting.
price on something. Speaking of billions, Meta continues to lose them. A lot of them. Meta, aka Facebook, released their Q1
Meta is
earnings this past
losing
week,
billions.
and their Meta Reality Labs VR business is still burning through cash like it's going out of style.
Dude, Meta was like on a hiring spree.
Only a slight improvement versus the same time
So
last
many
year,
job
where they
offers for
$4
Meta.
million in a quarter. Revenue was up 30%, owing
But
to strong
they don't
PS3
understand
headset
that
sales. But you're gonna have to sell a hell of a lot of headsets to make up
they
the
don't know
projected
how to make
$16
fucking
billion
games.
loss this financial year alone. Zuck continues to barrel toward a VR future that we clearly don't want or just aren't ready for yet, with absolutely no sign of changing course anytime soon. Blizzard is recruiting for an unannounced title. Their jobs page has listed
Oh god,
6 roles,
they're gonna
including
cancel
senior
another
positions,
unannounced
creative
title.
and narrative director.
Good job,
Could be
Blizzard.
another mobile title spin-off designed to rake in millions of dollars through predatory microtransactions, sure. But it also could be Overwatch 3. I don't know which is worse.
Is there a summoning
Sticking
pool
with
here?
unannounced projects for a little while longer,
should
it
be.
turns out Bloober Team, makers of the Medium and Layers of Fear, are working on 2 things still under wraps.
Oh well.
The first is something currently referred to as Project C,
We'll
which is
just,
being
like,
published by
AFK here for a bit.
Take-Two's AA label, Private Division. It's an original IP, and it's apparently fairly progressed in its development. The other
Maybe
thing
the
they're
edition
working
is
on
called
something currently
Unheard
coded
because
as
they don't
Project
listen
R,
to people.
Which is in partnership with Skybound. Skybound
Come
has a number of
again?
different products under their banner, including The Walking Dead and Invincible. So this really could be anything, but given that Bloober Team make horror stuff, then something to do with The Walking Dead does feel like a pretty safe bet. No further details on this yet, but apparently we'll hear more in 2025. More segues for you. Man, we're really daisy-chaining these stories together.
Oh shit,
Bloober
getting
Team's
attacked.
horror
Oh
resume
fuck
is a
you.
little patchy,
What
but
the
not so
fuck?
for Shinji Mikami,
Ah!
of Resident Evil and Evil Within franchises. He left Capcom to start his own studio a while back. That was Tango Works, of course. He left that last year, and now we know why. story comes courtesy of Automaton, who translated a YouTube video where Mikami revealed that after selling his stake in TangoWorks to Bethesda, he wanted to create an environment that allowed younger developers to have opportunities to gain experience. That's why he set up
get
a
AFK
new
somewhere
outfit
safer.
called Kamyu, but he's tight-lipped about what his new studio's first project might be. It almost certainly will not be a survival horror though, as in that same interview, Mikami said that he wants to break free of his association with the survival horror genre. That's part of the reason that Ghostwire Tokyo was more of an action game than a horror game, and why Hi-Fi Rush was, well, Hi-Fi Rush. Big loss to the survival horror genre to see this man hang up his spurs, but if that's what he wants to do, then fair play to him. Excited to see what he and his team serve up next. Sadly, there were some layoffs this week, same as every other week this year. A group of ex-blind
Same as
developers
every
got
other
together
week
to
this
form
year.
Flaming Foul.
Sadly.
They previously shipped the moderately successful Gloomhaven.
Yeah, they're gonna
and then got to
continue
work on a
until
new
like
strategy deck builder called
early
Ironman. They had a
2025
demo out for it and everything, but
for
that
sure.
wasn't enough to keep momentum, and the publisher dropped the game mid last year. Fundraising efforts after that were unsuccessful, and now the team has been cut from 30 people down to 9. Unclear what the future holds for those remaining. In addition, Pieces, who just shipped the Alone in the Dark reboot, also suffered layoffs this week. It was an unconfirmed number with no statement from the studio or publisher, THQ Nordic. Alone in the Dark has less than 1,000 reviews on Steam, so you get the sense that it didn't sell gangbusters. I wouldn't be holding my breath for a sequel. Some quick sales numbers to smash through. The solo-made Manor Lords is a massive smash hit.
Solo-made Manor Lords.
On day one and a peak concurrent player
One
count of
developer made
170,000
Manor Lords.
people on Steam. Apparently, that's the highest ever for a city
That's
builder or
encouraging
strategy game.
for me.
Absolutely insane. And that's putting aside the fact that this game is also on PC
glad-
Game Pass,
I'm
which
glad
is no
he
doubt where a boatload
pulled
of
it
people
off.
are checking it out. Truly phenomenal success for developer
Or
Cyber
she.
Magic.
I don't know who the dev
Congratulations and best
is.
of luck with the post-launch support. Capcom is having a very good year, raising their yearly sales forecast by nearly 9%, owing to the exceptional success of both Dragon's Dogma 2 and Street Fighter 6. Crazy, isn't it? Make good games, make profit. But to be fair, I know a
Yeah,
lot of
it's
people
so
have issues
simple.
with
Make
Dragon's
great
Dogma 2,
games, make
myself
profit.
included, but it's still a great game. Sort of. It's complicated. Check the review. Indie Shoals like Another Crab's Treasure has sold 30,000 units in its first day. Congratulations to the boys on that one. Frostpunk just passed 5 million players since it launched 6 years ago. A great figure as they head into the launch of Frostpunk 2 very soon. And Deep Rock Galactic Survivor just passed the 1 million units mark, proving that that franchise has very long legs, even if its stars do not. And finally, a sad day for IP appropriation. Nintendo's lawyers have finally turned their Sauron-like gaze to Gary's mod, issuing a DMC.
This is the one that you're talking about,
Nintendo
Rusty.
content that features in the game. The man himself, Gary, was pretty chill about it. Quote, honestly, this is fair enough. This is Nintendo's content, and what they allow and don't allow is up to them. They don't want you playing with this stuff in Gary's mod. That's their decision. We have to respect that and take down as much as we can. This is
Yeah,
a
that was
difficult
my take as
process, and
well.
We have 20 years of upload to go through. If you want to help us,
Obviously,
by
it
deleting
sucks,
the
but
Nintendo-related
it is
uploads
their
and
IP.
never uploading them again, that would
And
help
that's
us
how
a
the
lot,
law
end quote.
works.
I mean, he's right, but at the same time, it definitely sucks. It's not like anyone is not buying Mario Wonder because they're getting their Mario fix from Gary's mod. Unless I'm wrong about that, in which case please link the mod below, as I'd love to check it out before it gets deleted. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, VR fans, I always love being able to bring you some good news, so here comes a little. You're getting a new Alien game. It's called Alien Rogue Incursion, and it's a single-player horror title. Highly likely it'll draw inspiration from Alien Isolation, since Creative
Let's be
Assembly
real, a
believe
medieval
other
RTS
studios
city
many places
builder.
to go,
That's
and
made by a
that was-
dude.
It's a self-published
Really?
title from developer Survivor.
Not like
It's out
some
toward the back
really,
end of this
really
year and
hot
dropping on all VR platforms.
girl
One of the people
developer
who played
chick
the wildly innovative Before Your Eyes,
who-
they're no
who's
doubt
like
gonna
a
be very
total
interested to
nerd
learn
about
the next game from the
medieval-
same studio.
medieval
Nice Dream
games.
are working on something called Goodnight Universe. A game
I
where
mean,
you
it's a
play
possibility.
6-month-old baby with psychic abilities. You just want to be loved by your family, but an evil megacorp wants to do experiments on you. Like their previous games, this one will also use a webcam with face tracking. It'll debut at the Tribeca Games Festival very soon. No word on a release date yet. Pine, A Story of Loss is a game about a woodcutter dealing with the death of his wife. Sure, God of War did it first, and before that, Wolverine, if you really think about it. But there's always more room for stories about grieving lumberjacks. This one's just been announced for PC, Switch, and mobile, but not for PlayStation or Xbox, which is kind of weird. Speaking of Xbox, they held an ID at Xbox showcase this week, and they had a few things to showcase. Like Centrum, for example, a very odd-looking narrative point-and-click that's deliberately designed to mess with your head. The trailer alone was successful, so I don't think the full release will struggle either. We've seen rhythm dungeon crawlers, rhythm shooters, now say hello to rhythm JRPGs. This is Keylocker, and it's heavily inspired
Rhythm
by the Mario and
JRPGs.
Luigi RPG games.
That
This one's
sounds
in a cyberpunk setting.
dirty.
It's set to launch for PC and Xbox sometime later this year. The last big one to keep an eye out for from that showcase was Promise Mascot Agency. It's from the same people that brought us Paradise Killer, a real critical darling, that one. Apparently this one involves recruiting and training mascots in Japan, helping them with their jobs while also solving a Yakuza mystery. Okay then, no date for this one, but it's out in 2025. A few quick port announcements. Slime Rancher 2 is still in early access and was exclusive to both the PC and Xbox. On June 7th, it will arrive on PS5, but it will stay in early access, which is highly unusual for PlayStation since they typically don't allow that. I wonder if they're rethinking that policy over at Sony HQ. Lisfunga, the Time Shift Warrior, is a time-bending puzzle action game that got solid reviews when it launched onto PC earlier this year. On May 14th, it'll arrive for the Switch, which is a great fit for a game like that. One update announcement is Everspace 2. We just got a big free update, which includes stuff like new ship parts, new story tidbits, but most importantly, it moves the game to Unreal Engine 5, which the developers say
Everyone's moving to Unreal Engine 5.
They've obviously got big long-term plans for the game.
That's
If they're
funny.
making a move like that after the game has already released. So stay tuned for more from developer Rockfish Games, I guess. 2 cancellations this week. The first comes from People Can Fly.
I bet Unreal's
They
making
haven't had much
pretty
luck
good
lately.
money
They were working on something called Project
from all those
Dagger. It was a new
migrations.
action-adventure IP that Take-Two funded for 3.5 years before Take-Two eventually pulled their funding, allowing People Can Fly to retain the rights. Project labored on for another year, but this week People Can Fly pulled the plug themselves, citing, quote, unsatisfactory results of the evaluation of the scope and commercial potential of the project after redefining the direction of the game's development, end quote. The studio is still working on 3 other projects, 2 of them internally funded, and a 3rd one in partnership with Microsoft. Maybe something with Gears of War? I don't know. I can definitely see that studio making a pretty cool Gears of War game. The other cancellation wasn't a game, but was instead an event. BlizzCon has basically been an annual event since it began, stopping of course for the pandemic, but it did come back last year. This year, however, Blizzard have confirmed that BlizzCon will not happen, saying, quote, while we're approaching this year differently and as we have explored different event formats in the past, rest assured that we are just as excited as ever to bring BlizzCon back in future years, end quote. Let's hope that BlizzCon doesn't follow E3 to that big convention hall in the sky. So what came out last week?
Red shirt
another
guy
console
will have to
treasure
wait
arrived
another
on all
year.
platforms. This one is more than just a meme game, as solid reviews point to a title that takes its fundamentals seriously, even while it's smirking at everything else. The punters really love it. It's sitting at a very positive 93% on Steam, though critics
I
are a
guess,
bit more
yeah.
critical,
Unreal
putting it
kind
at
of
a
has a
strong
monopoly
78
on
over
that.
PC Gamer scored this one an 80, saying, quote, another Crab's Treasure is a joke game that takes being a great Souls-like seriously.
I hope they
Charming,
continue
creative
to
platform
have
with terrific
like
combat and a good eye for both pretty
a
scenery and
decent
silly side gags,
payment
end quote.
plan for
I'm not looking to shock you
developers,
this one,
not
but if
take
you're in for a
advantage of their
relaxed romp through the
situation.
sands between, then don't forget you can grab this one on Game Pass. Saga Emerald Beyond arrived this week for PlayStation, PC,
Otherwise,
Switch,
I'll
and
have to
mobile,
make
but
my
not
own engine.
Xbox. It's the latest in the
That'll
long-running
be
JRPG
fun.
franchise that's always been focused on story and decision-making. It's landed fairly well, a strong 74 on OpenCritic. Silicon Era scored it a 7 out of 10, saying, quote, this is a JRPG that feels nothing at all like any other game I've played, including past entries in the series. It's because of this that it feels like such a novelty, like a Saturday morning cartoon. There's a ton of variation to it and pretty speedy pacing, but that also means nothing quite lands as well as it could, end quote. Sandland released on all platforms bar the Switch last week. This one was interesting because it arrived at the same time as a TV show and a movie that were looking to tell the same story in slightly different ways. Edmund actually played this one prior to release and got the feeling that the game might be the worst way to experience the story. The final reviews kind of back that up. It's by no means a bad game, it's sitting at a fair 73 on OpenCritic, but more than a few reviews do point to the fact that the game isn't doing the inspiration justice. Like IGN's review that scored it a 6 out of 10, saying, quote, Sandland suffers the same fate we've seen in many other game adaptations of anime and manga, competent in several respects with a few moments of brilliance, but for the most part, a simply okay adventure that can only occasionally capture what makes the source material special, end quote. Stellar Blade dropped last week as well. God, that feels like so much longer ago, doesn't it? But yes, it was last week. My review went up on the channel. Link below the like button. As I
Feel
said
like it was
week,
last
I
month.
definitely
Everyone's
enjoyed this
talking
one.
about Stellar
It really
Blade.
only clicked for me in that final stretch.
It's almost a bit
I was
too much.
hung up on how much the game wanted to imitate aspects of Nier Automata, but
Bit
I knew it
too
meant that
much
my reaction to all of
coverage
that
on
was a
Stellar
lot more
Blade.
pronounced than that of most other people. Broadly speaking, the title has done super well with critics. It's sitting at a strong 82 on OpenCritic, which is a fantastic result for a studio who have never made a game like this before, or at a scale like this before. GameSpot had a more optimistic spin on the sentiment I experienced, scoring it an 8 out of 10 and saying, quote, does this game rise to the heights its inspirers achieved? The conclusion I came to is no, but that it attempts so without falling on its face is remarkable enough. That it manages to be a great game in that pursuit is a true testament to the power of being galvanized by those that came before, end quote. Well said, I think. That's a nice way to look at it. And finally, Manor Lords arrived into early access on PC. No reviews for this one yet, given that it's an early access launch, but everyone loves it. I mean, we spoke about the sales numbers early. Over 1 million units on day one, and the highest concurrent player count of any city builder or strategy game ever. On Steam, it sits at a very positive 88% with over 20,000 reviews counted. Pretty safe purchase, this one, and even safer if you want to grab it on PC Game Pass, because don't forget, it's there too. So what's coming out this week? Well, it certainly is a very quiet week, but there are some interesting indie titles to have on your radar, like Surmount, for example. It's a physics-based co-op climbing game, so if Jusant left you hungry for more, albeit silly climbing action, then this one arrives today, exclusive to PC. At the complete other end of the spectrum is a game called Indica. It's an absolutely batshit insane looking third-person narrative adventure game where you play as a Russian nun on a journey of self-discovery. The nun has weird, messed up visions and hangs out with the devil at one point. I've never seen a game that looks quite like this, and I'm always excited to meet something that feels genuinely new. This one's exclusive to PC, and it arrives today. Endless Luminous arrives to the Nintendo Switch today as well. It's the third game in Nintendo's chill underwater diving series that's focused on exploration and vibes. This one actually supports up to 30 players at once, allowing you and your mates, or just even random people, to glide through the water, soaking up the sights while solving an underwater mystery. Sounds like a good time. And finally, V Rising launches into 1.0 this week. On the 8th, the game will exit the early access period it kicked off last year. I reviewed it back then, actually, and absolutely love what I played of it. Even though it was just in early access, since then it's received dozens of major and minor updates that add everything from two-story buildings to Castlevania crossovers. This is a survival game, but it's definitely on the more accessible end of the spectrum, since the game is less focused on endless material grinding and more focused on really tight isometric combat, something Stunlock has plenty of experience in, since this is the studio that brought us Battle Right. This is exclusive to PC for the moment, but there is a PS5 port slated for later this year, no date yet. No word on an Xbox port either, so we'll see if that ever materializes. One more indie to shout out this week, so put this on your radar. You guys remember Gris? I sure do. To this day, it remains one of my favorite indies. Its stunning art and dreamy soundtracks searing themselves into my memory. True story, to this day, the Gris soundtrack is still one of my most listened to gaming soundtracks. It's from Berlinist, it's incredible. Anyway, point of this whole story is that the people who made Gris, this is what they're making next. It's called Never, and it's the story of a girl and her wolf who come together at the beginning of their adventure and form a bond that sees them push through all manner of peril. It has the same simple but beautiful art design that the first game did, and Berlinist have even returned for the OST, so I'm all in. There's no date for this one yet, but it is slated for 2024, and if you'd like to check it out or maybe even wishlist it, I've left a link to it over on my Steam curator page, which also has links to all the other Put This On Your Radar stuff I've recently covered. I'll leave a link to all of that below the like button. Sort of free stuff time now, and there's not a lot going on. Despite it being the beginning of the month, that's because I'm writing the script just a few hours before many of the May announcements will be made for stuff like PS Plus or Prime Gaming. So there will be more to discuss next week, but for now, we've got Epic, as per usual. At the moment, they're giving away horror platformer package Lisa, the Painful Definitive Edition, as well as Industria, a fairly lightweight but accomplished shooter that's quite reminiscent of Half-Life 2. Those will be replaced later this week by
Lost Connection
3, a tower defense game that was initially released as a Stadia exclusive, but was later ported to other platforms. It's meant to be a pretty good time. Only other shout is for something called Dr. Robotnik's Ring Races.
Well, let's get it back.
Nightmare Kart releasing at the end of the month. Tide yourself
Nightmare
over
Kart.
with this fan-made game that
Actually looks pretty fun.
like for Sega to make a kart racer during the Mega Drive era. Incredible presentation for a game that should not legally exist, but Sega seem to be cool with it for the moment, so let's hope they stay cool. Best of all, this thing is free. Just Google Dr. Robotnik's Ring Races and you can download it for free from their site. I love stuff like this. God bless the internet, and God bless you Sega lawyers for not doing what Nintendo do. Speaking of Sega, it's time for our feel-good story for the week, and believe me, it's a banger. Brands will often try to be cute on social media, posting up about this or that because it's what all they're doing. Well, for whatever reason, the Google Play
I might have to restart Elden Ring. I don't
likely
know
the AI bot that
why
starts
it's
the
like
Google Play
this.
Twitter handle decided to show some love to Sonic the Hedgehog this week. And to do that, they spun up a Twitter thread where
I'm
in
just gonna
every
restart
post,
Elden Ring.
Sonic gets older and older. The only problem is that this AI, because I have to assume it's AI, has no concept of time, chronological ordering, accuracy, or fact-checking, as every single post in their chain was so wrong that it earned a community note. And by that I mean that every single post in this thread got noted. The first post said, quote, 1991 Sonic, the cover, rotund, husky, still fast as lightning. The actual game, 8-bit glory, end quote. Nice quips, well-written AI. Just a shame that Sonic was never an 8-bit game. He arrived in the 16-bit era. And the screenshot shown also features Tails, who didn't arrive until 1992.
You see,
The
people
next
are
tweet
so
reads,
excited
quote,
about adding AI to
1993
games.
Sonic.
This is
Okay,
why you
Short
do not
King,
add
end quote.
AI to your
Look at this
game.
picture, by the way. Even if you're not a Sonic fan, does this look like 1993 Sonic to you? No, and there's a good reason for that. It's actually Sonic as he appears in Sonic Boom in 2014, 21 years later than what this Google AI
just
bot
gets
is
everything
writing
wrong.
out. It goes on and on like this, so many posts, each of them totally incorrect in a variety of ways, each of them mercilessly community noted. The thread was so bad that it went viral, capturing the attention of Sonic himself, who responded, quote, "What are you doing?" End quote. What indeed, Sonic? What indeed? Man, what a way to finish the show. I hope you enjoyed that one, just as I hope you enjoyed the whole kit and caboodle this week. We're going to go dark for a little bit since we're working on some reviews that we can't talk about just yet, but we are very excited to be giving away a whole ass PC, thanks to Gigabyte. If you're in Australia or New Zealand
A
and would like
whole
to be in the
ass
running for that
PC.
one, then be sure to stick around. Otherwise, a big thanks for stopping by, and I'll catch you next week.
Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. There are floods in Kenya.
Over to Africa, where Kenyan President William Ruto has ordered the military to evacuate everyone living in flood-prone areas. That's after the death toll
shit.
from monsoon rains rose to 171 people. A combination of factors, including climate change, is being blamed for the floods, which have driven nearly 200,000 people from their homes.
We're gonna hear more of this
Our
kind of
correspondent
news.
Felix Moringa has
Definitely.
met some of those forced to leave.
It's like the beginning of
Shattered
Armageddon.
walls, waters raging. Efforts to find the remaining bodies are still ongoing. At the shelter, a cloud of sadness on the victims' faces. Many are trying to come to terms with the tragedy that has hit their homes. Julie's family is in mourning. They all fought for their lives and 6 survived, but their 3-year-old toddler was carried away by the floods.
They searched for him everywhere but couldn't find him.
That really
If I
sucks.
don't find my baby while he's still alive, I don't know if I'll ever forgive myself. I'm just praying that God grants me more days to stay with my baby, because when I remember the struggles we've had and the damage that has taken place in the floods, I'm wondering whether God saved his life or what happened to him.
Julie is thankful that her family found shelter to stay in for the night, away from the place where their anguish began. She and her husband have fond memories of their 3-year-old son, Isaac. He marked his birthday on the evening before he was carried away by the floods.
He was celebrating his 3rd birthday on Sunday evening at 10 o'clock, and he ate the whole birthday cake alone, and he was going to sleep. I asked him whether he wanted some tea, and he said he just wanted to sleep, so I told him, "Happy birthday." I hugged and kissed him, and he went to bed. I didn't know that anything was happening or that the waters were coming towards us.
Julie is not alone. Kinyanjui lost his business to the floods, his machinery made useless, his car wash bay covered in mud and wrecked.
A lot of things have been destroyed in my business. I was storing some items for drivers that all got carried away. The floods broke in through one side of the building and came out the other, carrying away everything that I had in there. One of my employees almost got swept away, but the security guard was able to save him from being taken by the floods.
The search and retrieval efforts are still going on. Nobody knows how much time it will take to clear the debris. Family members are hoping they can get to locate their loved ones and have a chance to bury them. Kenya's President William Ruto visited the areas devastated by the floods. He promised the government will rebuild homes, resettle the homeless, and get their children back into school. But he came with a warning to people living in areas vulnerable to flooding.
The mapping that has been done on all fragile areas that are prone to landslides and flooding, we are asking every Kenyan in such areas to leave, because the focus is that rain is going to continue, and the likelihood of flooding and people losing lives is real. And therefore, we must take preemptive action.
The president also asked that people remain hopeful even in the middle of the crisis. One such person is Julie, who clings to the thought of finding her missing baby.
I'm hoping that I can get to see him while he's still alive.
The victims can only hope that this cloud of grief and loss will pass, that their lives can go back to normal, and that tragedy will stay away from them.
What? Connection lost again? What's going on? Just leave your home, bro. It's that easy. I mean, if it's death or leaving your home, I think it's an easy choice to choose which one it is. Why is Elden Ring not working? Come on, Elden Ring. You guys, Elden Ring was made by the Japanese. They should understand how technology works. So come on, there's oh wow, it just like hard crashed your desktop. Wow. Okay. We'll try one more time. If it doesn't work, then something's wrong with their servers, I guess. Something's always wrong with their servers. Their servers are just like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a sign from God I should stop playing Elden Ring and do more work. God's like, yeah, there aren't enough good developers. That's why that's why you're losing connection to Elden Ring. So if you want like a good game, you're just gonna have to make it yourself. You're spending a long time retrieving data from Elden Ring servers. Failed to acquire information. This is weird. This has never really happened before. I think their servers just died. Let's check Steam discussion, see if anyone else has a problem. Doesn't look like it, at least not yet. Okay, screw it. We'll just all that for that. Guess we'll just, well, shoot, I guess I just have to work then. That sucks. That really sucks.
We're gonna watch this Jimmy video. While we might not get another good MMO.
I've been on this spree of trying basically every major MMO recently.
Yeah, he tried WoW. Like I haven't had a chance to watch the video. I eventually will.
And it got me thinking, and I might be the first one to ever have this thought, but
yeah,
I don't think we're getting another good MMO for a while.
Oh, just you wait.
Other games that come out, they follow a very similar life cycle.
I'll show you all
You start out at
whiny gamers.
and it kind of just slopes down and loses its player base over time. I mean, it's a typical life cycle for a game, very natural.
Maybe Miyazaki wants you to work on the feet.
Follow a very different looking life cycle.
Maybe.
All shapes and
Maybe,
sizes.
yeah,
They
the
start
feet.
out with a bang,
I
they
gotta
might
say, the
start
feet
out at
aren't
the
very
bottom and work their
satisfactory.
way up. But basically, the way you know if
Maybe I
the
gotta make
MMO
them
was
less
good, if it
noisy.
had any sort of success,
They are
long
kind of like
term, over the
wrinkly
span of many
looking.
years, kind of looks like a real fucked up EKG. Like it's the game's pulse or something. Never healthy or stable, but it's there, which is what counts. It's been quite a while since we've seen a real banger of an MMO. It kind of feels
I feel like the last good MMO that's come out. New World? Nobody plays New World. I'd say
Nobody
probably
plays
Lost Ark.
New World.
The MMO industry has always just been this game of king of the hill, and the ones at the top have ascended so high that there's really no catching up to them. It's really hard to imagine them being dethroned, and there's not going to be many that try. Because not only is developing a massive multiplayer online role-playing game one of the hardest things you can do as a video game developer, but it's also probably the dumbest thing you can do. We can't go into
I think the problem is that people are trying to make an MMO in the same way that you made MMOs in 2000s. And like, I think the future of MMOs are going to be games like Monster Hunter. They're going to be games like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, where they're multiplayer online games, but you don't need to constantly play with other people all of the time. I think that like MMOs should shift from everything requires a group and like that mindset to shared world that people can cooperate in or not. I think that's what's going to start happening. That's
like
what
that
should
until
start
I
happening.
tell you about something that
I'm actually really excited to see what's going to happen with Monster Hunter Wilds, because I hope they're able to innovate that a bit farther. I've never even heard of that.
The thing that got me thinking about this the most came from a situation that's been kind of brewing up over the last 3 years. In June 2021, Riot Games put a post up on their website calling for any game developers that are wanting to enter the world of MMORPGs with them. And this was amazing news because it's pretty common knowledge at this point that Riot Games tends to not miss. The things they've been making, pretty good. Well, the MMO community was welcoming them with open arms. If you've kept up with the MMO world in the last 3-4 years, you know that the community is kind of still waiting for that game to come along that's just going to change everything. There was no real official news released for the next 2 years. The only set-in-stone thing we got...
It's on the way.
Greg Street, who was
They're just gonna have to wait a little bit longer until I'm done with this vampire sculpt.
He announced that he was launching his own company, making his own MMO. It was just very...
Well, they did one interview. Oh no, they actually did 2 interviews whenever I think about it. One interview was with Canon, who interviewed Ghostcrawler, Greg Street. And then the second interview was with Necrit, who interviewed some of the guys whenever he went to Riot. So they did 2 interviews about the game, and that was it.
Disappointing because he was extremely involved in the community and just had a lot of indicators that he really cared about this and was going to do his best to make it an actual game-changing, enjoyable MMO. Obviously, hope for the best. But now, about a year later, there's whispers and rumors that this Riot MMO might not even be happening, which honestly was
Yes, less competition. Suck it, Riot.
3 hours. At least. Riot Games has set a huge bar for themselves, which
I think that they're right for delaying it, by the way. I think that right now there's so much tech that's in transition that I think what they're worried about is something that's like actually super technical. Is they're worried about investing a lot into tech that's going to be totally outdated in 5 years, that's going to effectively make their game come out, and then within a year or 2 years or 6 months even, that game will still be outdated, or immediately, like AI innovation, the different types of like the way that like Unreal 5 can render things super fucking fast. I think that's the reason why. That's why they're stepping back.
Raised everybody's expectations
Server
for
meshing,
everything they ever make. I can't tell you in confidence whether or not this game's happening or not. What I can tell you without a doubt is that it has been a bumpy ride behind the scenes. And if you'd like to see what Riot is most likely fearing, if you look up New World's player count history and see how that unfolded, you can see just how risky it is to release an MMO in the modern era.
That's because New World had a shit ton of bugs. It's like the buggiest shit ever.
All of the problems with New World were correctly diagnosed by me in the first beta, and I was right about everything, and they didn't listen to me. And if they had, the game would have been better. So just keep that in mind, guys.
760 hours played on New World.
Dude is absolutely cooking.
During the rise and fall of it. And
It's
also
just like
saw
nobody's
quickly that
working on
new
MMOs
and
because they don't know how to
refreshing
make good
ideas can
games.
completely drain the life out of a player base if done incorrectly. New World game
Well,
design.
this is the problem with the game. It's because it's fucking broken. It doesn't work.
Like
That's
AI
the
isn't
problem.
going to
That's it.
do anything.
It's broken.
I've
The
already
game is broken. It
evaluated
doesn't work.
AI on my own.
That simple.
You can't use AI to make good games.
Caught up with itself.
What the
Not
fuck
really
is
sure
that?
how
It's not
long
possible.
That game's gonna be up for. Probably some of the most fun I've had gaming during its peak. And I really wish things were handled differently.
I
so
do.
that it wasn't in the condition.
This game
it's
had
in
so
now.
much
It was a
potential.
good game.
It
with,
really
Some
did.
crucial things wrong with it ended up being the reason for its downfall. An MMO can only
Yeah,
handle so
and
many.
I knew all of them before the game came out, and I tried to tell them, they just wouldn't listen to me. But yeah, I was right about everything, as I said.
Mistakes to the point where even a company that gets their funds from Amazon themselves can't really do anything for you anymore. So there's been some sprinkles of MMO here and there, a lot of underwhelming Kickstarter projects, some that are in a permanent early access.
Yeah, I just
stage,
avoid
ones that
Kickstarter.
spend hundreds of thousands
The
of dollars
issue,
sometimes.
okay.
But in the last like 5 years, I think
The reason why like games, like all these like little startups fail is because they need money. I don't need money. I have a job. I'm doing this in my free time. This project will continue on. Even if I lose my job, I can find another job. It doesn't matter.
World and Lost Ark are the only two MMOs that can claim they've had any kind
There's
of
nothing
success.
stopping
I've never
Project
played Lost
Nova.
Ark before. I tried looking
Literally
up some stuff to
nothing.
get some more insight about it, but just
Well,
like
I
any
mean,
MMO
unless I
you
die,
try
of
to get
course.
information on, it's players that have hundreds or thousands of hours just complaining about things, not giving any real insight to the
I don't need to
casual
pay
experience
anyone.
of the game.
The game is
I already
not
know
very
how to
good
make
for casual
everything.
players because of how fast they release updates.
It's
and the
a
game
matter
is
of
pay to
time.
win. So it's like, in my opinion, you can't have a successful MMO that's pay to win. Like, if Lost Ark wasn't pay to win, it wouldn't be a good game. It still would not be a good game, but it would be a much better game. Like, the fact that Lost Ark is isometric is garbage. It's just stupid. And the graphics for the game suck. Like, that's all there is to it. Straight up. I think that, and the reason why this is super important is because having games that have like free look camera where you can actually immerse yourself in the world, it adds an extra level of escapism. And for me, having an isometric camera really, really makes it hard for me to get into a game. It does. Now, I played Lost Ark. I have over 1,000 hours in Lost Ark. I have the Golden Horse in Lost Ark. I cleared all the raids at the time that I was playing the game. However, it is it's just a grind fest. It's not well designed. And I said all of that whenever I stopped playing the game and I didn't want to listen. I was right about everything. They had to do 3 apology streams to come to terms with that.
What I can tell you is that it's nowhere near competing with the top dogs of
Yeah,
the MMO.
even the Koreans like have turned on Lost Ark. They're going back to MapleStory. What the fuck? How do you let that happen?
World. So between Riot's situation and New World's fumble, it got me thinking, why is this so hard? What is going on?
It's because the game's pay to win.
Wow, I was working on 2000s tech. Yeah, exactly.
And Lost Ark's pay to win. That's why.
Well, actually, that's not necessarily
Who wants
true.
to play a fucking game and spend, you know,
Like
300
Blizzard
hours
has the means
farming
to
the same
upgrade
Guardian?
their engine. I'm
That
sure they've
sucks. Why
done
would
some
anybody wanna do
upgrades
that?
over the time.
Making an MMO has to be the most irresponsible.
Yeah, I imagine a majority of it is still like how it was in
There have been
the early
20
2000s.
MMOs
Camelot
notable enough
Unchained,
to
I
make
forgot
the
about that.
Wikipedia page, and 12 of those are still up and running. Obviously,
Ooh.
there's been more than 20 MMOs released, but I'm just not counting the ones that Josh Strife Hayes finds buried in the deepest depths of the deep web.
I watched
That's
those.
23
They're
concurrent
good.
players. They don't really count right now. It's definitely
Yeah, they're
a
not
dark
real
age.
games.
Now, I would say when World of Warcraft
Death
went
of
live
an
in
MMO.
2004,
Or no,
that
it
was
is
one of
the
the true
worst
golden age
MMOs
shows.
ever.
Some may say that when Ultima Online
Series.
came out, it kind of changed the game. I don't really think an MMO golden age existed without WoW. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah,
to
WoW
me.
was
WoW
the game.
did for MMOs what Fortnite did to battle royales. You may
Yeah.
have noticed once Fortnite saw success success in its little side game mode of Battle Royale that wasn't even what they wanted their players to try, caused about 55 to 100 others to emerge. Once WoW showcased that you can build a long-term player base with as much success as it had, with as much money as it generated, not only with its initial launch in 2004, but with its expansions in 2007 and on.
Well, you've also got to keep in mind, like, WoW had Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 2 fan base. Warcraft 3 was one of the most popular games back in the day, and so was Diablo 2, and so was StarCraft. So it's not like World of Warcraft came out of nowhere. It was kind of like if From Software or Riot came out with an MMO that was like a Dark Souls or an Elden Ring or a League of Legends MMO. It went fucking crazy. It was like basically the best company makes the biggest game.
How do you not convince
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
to let you try and build another WoW? So once this Golden Age started, much like the Battle Royale boom, we also got a few really, really good games to emerge alongside WoW. They're still here, people playing them. We also got an overwhelming amount.
In my opinion, I've looked at a lot of these other games. I think they're all trash. They're just bad games. Straight up, they're bad games. They don't play well. The gameplay sucks. The responsiveness of the game is bad. It just
Guild Wars is okay though. Guild Wars 2 is okay.
It's just trash.
Although if I'm gonna play Guild Wars, I might as well play ESO.
I feel like people like trying to make bad games seem appealing, but you're not fooling anybody. They all were trash. That's why they died.
I think so far ESO is probably the best MMO currently.
It was the style of game that players wanted to play. Even the projects that saw short-term success but didn't really
If you're gonna play an MMO these days.
to this day have community-backed projects, private servers to keep the community
This is
alive.
such fucking garbage. Why would anybody play this? This sucks.
Like at least ESO has somewhat okay combat.
Like, I'm sorry.
Kind of.
Like, I'm trying to be mean, but like, it just is trash. This stuff putting you off? Yeah, it's pathetic.
All these MMO games meant a lot to people. They proved to be this genre of game that you truly did become a part of. And even though the MMO scene was kind of slowing down in the late 2000s, early 2010s, games
Well,
like...
it didn't slow down for any... Like, I think a big reason why the MMO scene slowed down is because of social media. Before, like, MMOs predated social media. So people went on MMOs to talk to other people on the internet because it was a novel and new thing that you couldn't do anywhere else. Then, whenever social media emerged, you could do this on MySpace or Facebook.
There's social media before MMOs. I don't know what Asmongold is talking about.
Went away.
Guild Wars 2
Like that's one of his arguments that he uses a lot. That MMOs died because of social media, but there's social media before MMOs.
Like, that's it. Like, let's just stop right there. You can't jump in the game. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. Why the fuck can't you jump? That's bad. It's garbage. Throw it in the garbage. Get out of here. No. It's outrageous. You can. Whenever the game came out, you could not jump.
Or didn't really scratch the itch they wanted, and we're still
Guild Wars
able
2
to
you
give
can?
a lot.
Oh, the second game, it took them a whole game? Yeah, I'm talking about Guild Wars 1. I'm talking about, like, whenever WoW came out, why did Guild Wars 1 never catch on in the same way that WoW did? You can't jump. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, what do you... That's dumb. What do you mean you can't jump?
The players their
You said
home
Guild Wars 2?
base of
Oh,
the
my
game.
bad.
2013
I meant Guild Wars 1.
unknowingly became the grand finale of MMOs. It was the year of revival, because in February we got old school RuneScape, and in August we got Final Fantasy XIV. Both of them existing for the sake of redemption. RuneScape's main game was at an all-time low. Final Fantasy's first MMO, like 3 or 4 years earlier, was a huge flop, so both these companies basically tried again. And now 11 years later, it's safe to say that both of them did
They're doing pretty well.
Something right.
Yeah.
Confirmed. Since then, there's been a few notable...
And I think, like, both RuneScape and Final Fantasy XIV are massively lacking whenever it comes to being a good game. Like, there are massive things that Final Fantasy XIV and RuneScape just simply don't have. Straight up, they do not have them. Mild success. Yeah, they're not there.
MMOs that have come out, and they
Like,
did
what? The graphics are fucking garbage. It looks like shit.
40K. Elder Scrolls Online, Albion Online, Black Desert Online. These games are online, in case you were wondering. Lost Ark, New World, but none of them really made the impact they were probably hoping for.
No.
It's almost as if all players interested in MMOs have kind of found their place and stayed there. It really is kind of like...
I disagree. I think that there is a massive fan base of MMO players that are waiting desperately for a good game to come out. The neckbeards have not gone away. They're just waiting. And they're not going to come back and get addicted to a pay-to-win Korean grind fest. They're not going to get addicted to some bullshit game like New World. They're not going to go play some gacha knockoff Genshin Impact Tower of Fantasy. Look at Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 came out and it hit. The graphics were fucking insane. The story was good. The cinematics were crazy. The character options were great. Everybody fucking played it. And if you would ask somebody, most people, a year before Baldur's Gate 3 came out, do you think a game like this could succeed in the mainstream? I bet most people would tell you no. It's because a lot of these other games just suck. They suck. They're bad. They're not good. They're lacking. There are a lot of things they don't have. They're bad.
In your home base, and that's just where you retreat back to at the end of the day. We're all kind of safe and cozy in our MMOs right now, kind of making the most of it. But even though the kings are up there on that hill, it doesn't mean they're resting up there comfortably. The wrong mistake could send them tumbling down at any moment. Those profitable, successful games up there, they got up there with blood, sweat, and dev tears. A lot of mostly dev tears.
Yeah.
We now have insight to another reason of why creating an MMO is a really dumb idea. Money.
Can you name a perfect MMO game? I think that the game that is the closest to a perfect MMO is classic World of Warcraft. In my opinion, I think that is the closest thing to a perfect MMO for its time. It's not a perfect MMO anymore. But for its time, it was a perfect MMO.
Microtransactions have played a
Classic was actually kind of boring.
No MMO will ever be successful.
Remember when I played Turtle WoW? I played it again.
I would even
It's just
say
like
that
a bunch
no
of
MMO can be successful that even sells cosmetics.
a bunch of
Because
run
if
here,
you
do
remove
that
visual
quests.
progression out of an MMO,
How's that fun?
You take away half of the reason why
I
people
mean, I
play
had
it.
fun when I was a kid back then, but
Oh, visual progression doesn't matter? Well, then why do people buy expensive cars and buy
It's like
designer clothes? And buy,
not
$1,000 watch?
that great actually. If
People
you
go into debt for this in real life. You think they don't care about it
look
in
at
a
it.
video game? That's the dumbest thing ever. So, like, if you remove that reward structure out of a game and you turn it into being pay to win, then you just removed a tremendous element of why a game can be popular. Vanity matters. Yeah, it fucking matters. It absolutely fucking matters. That's why, like, Lost Ark is always going to be a piece of shit. That's why New World is always going to be a piece of shit. That's why WoW is a piece of shit. That's why Final Fantasy XIV is not that good. I wouldn't say it's a piece of shit, but it's pretty close. None of these games come within 10% of what WoW was in 2004.
It's crazy
Not
hearing
even a
Asmongold say WoW's a piece of
Like,
shit,
I don't think you guys
considering he
understand how big it was.
that was his main game for
And I
like
think
the
of, like,
longest time ever.
imagine Baldur's Gate 3 coming out, but it's an MMO. And it has that same level of quality for everything down the road or like across the board. And it's an MMO. That's what it was like. I do understand I was there. Yeah, people don't respect how fucking insane that game was. It'd be dope. Yeah. Like, no MMO like Albion on Black Desert? Fuck no. It's a piece of shit game. It's a trash game.
I have to admit, Black Desert
People
has
play it
nice
'cause it's the best
environments
they
though.
can have, but like, it's really not that good.
Some of the cities they
I'm
look
just being
good.
honest, guys.
They
It's
have
just a
good
piece of
environment
shit.
art in Black Desert.
Games alive. They've got to pay a staff to maintain and update and create for the game so that they keep their players there. They've got to pay for these massive servers. I don't even know how much those things cost. And also making sure that they meet the quota so that the very top executive owner of the company gets the salary that they've written for themselves.
Question, is Jagex milking their players? Well, yeah, it's quite a big question.
And whatever they need to do.
I'll save it. We haven't saved it in a while.
Is what they got to do.
Well, I remember that.
By themselves
They did walk all that back.
Let's go see if Elden Ring works again.
In 2007, when everybody was paying a $15 a month subscription on.
Has anyone posted about? No, not yet. Maybe it's just me then. I don't know.
On top of buying a $40 expansion every other year. But even that caught up. They have a shit ton of microtransactions, and obviously that's more of a problem for the MMOs that make it big and they have all of these expenses. But any game that sees this big success is going to eventually run into this problem of how do we afford to keep this going. Back at my home,
I don't think that's inevitable. I don't think that's gonna keep happening. I think that as computing gets better and the optimization of, you know, server structures and server tech gets better, like we're already seeing it now. Like the things that people can do with like games, like between DLSS and like server meshing, like with Star Citizen, it's next fucking level. Like the problem is that games are too
what the heck?
expensive. Like this game can't exist right now because it's too expensive.
Maybe I have to like verify data
like,
files
example,
or something.
As far as I know, I think this is true. The reason
Not exactly
why
sure
George
why
Lucas
this isn't
didn't
happening.
start with
Why this
episode
isn't
1 of
working.
Star Wars is because he knew the technology wasn't there yet. So he started with episode 4 instead with A New Hope. And
Okay.
whenever the technology got there in the 2000s, then he finally went and he made the Clone Wars, and it was amazing, right? For its time, it was fucking amazing. So the problem is that that technology to make a good MMO and be able to make it profitable in a way that's transformative to the industry, it just doesn't exist right now. But it will.
Base, I give Jagex a lot of money every year through subscriptions.
Ooh.
I pay for my subscriptions on multiple accounts, as do other people. And Jagex makes millions off of players giving them monthly subscription money. But you may have noticed while we're over here frolicking in our flowers of polls and community involvement and fun, our brothers and sisters over at RuneScape 3
Is Jagex actually this oblivious? We're in a time where RuneScape, at least according to the
Verify
majority of
integrity?
the vocal player base, feels like it's being neglected. And as someone who's been covering the news and following the game actively for years now, I also think
It's just pay to win garbage. Like that's all there is to it. It's just a pay to win garbage game. Like that's all there is. Like I mean really, like I feel like we spend a lot of time debating about, well, there's not very much shit in my cake, so it's okay with eating it. But every one of the cakes is shitty. That's the problem. Is that like you can't have a transcendent game that changes.
Maybe you're the last player that's been playing Elden Ring for thousands of hours. Devs were always watching you and playing with me because they felt bad.
Problems with the game don't exist. Just being honest.
That'd be hilarious.
Company with hundreds of employees, and according to the most recently released financial statements, 137 million
Finally switched me off.
have the audacity
That's
to
enough Elden
buy
Ring for you. We're
the
cutting you
old
off.
outfit and sell it as part of some kind of limited edition
Yeah.
pack.
RuneScape 3 has been contaminated with regularly updated, toxic cash-grabbing microtransactions. It's experiencing increments of worse. Players just begging the devs to please stop, as if the devs have
No,
any...
they're dick eaters. They deserve it. You eat dicks, you deserve dicks. That's what dick eaters deserve. It's horrifying. Yeah, that's the way it goes. Yeah, you're playing this game. Nobody's making you play this game. You're playing this game, you're eating dicks. Stop eating dicks. Like, they added the WoW token in the classic.
That's what Saint should do.
I pretty much just stopped playing.
You should stop eating dicks. Like
It's a dick
playing
eater game now.
playing
I'll play
Destiny
Static.
2, man.
A little bit, then I'll stop.
That's a
It's a
dick
dick
eater
eater
game.
I don't want to be a dick eater. And whenever I do want to be a dick eater, like with Honkai Star Rail, I go into it and I order dicks from the menu. I don't order a steak and then try to convince myself that there's not a dick on the steak. I order it straight off the menu.
control over it. RuneScape 3 is the soldier spreading its arms, protecting us from projectiles while we
All
sleep
files
soundly, telling the devs
verified.
that
Okay,
we're
let's
not
see if
on
that
the
works.
side they think they're having. But what I'm
I feel
trying
like
to
it's
say
not
is,
going to.
even old school RuneScape,
But we'll
as one
try.
of the most populated MMORPGs in modern gaming, only exists because RuneScape 3 offers microtransactions. Because what you've
It only
If
exists
it doesn't work, I'll
because
just
people have
Google it, I
nostalgia for
guess.
for 25 or 30
See if-
years.
Whoa. Find a solution
That's the main
as to
reason.
why I'm not connecting
Like,
to the server.
That's it. Like, if this game came out today, it wouldn't be as popular as it is. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. It's the same thing with classic WoW. I'm sorry, but like, the future of MMOs is not some old school version of a game that came out 20 years ago.
Logging in.
This isn't the future. It's just not.
It's taking a little while to log in.
People are holding on to it and hoping that, oh well, it's gonna come back. It's
feel like
never
it's not
gonna
gonna work.
come back, man. These games are products of their time.
spent on old school RuneScape membership subscriptions in the last 6 years, 10 people spent that same amount yesterday on RuneScape 3 keys. Those are the players that Jagex needs, not you, not me. MMOs are expensive to make and they're expensive to maintain, which by the way, whoever over at Amazon Games thought that a one-time purchase of a $40 game was going to be enough to sustain a huge MMO, what are you doing? What did you think was going to happen? And then,
well, they sold a lot of cosmetics, to be fair.
who decided that microtransactions were going to be your next alternative, and this is what you have in the store?
Yeah, that. Oh my god, you know what? Like these microtransactions, whoever made these, like, do better. Actually do better. They were not impressive. Failed to log in. Maybe I need to restart Steam. Oh, there we go. It's working now, I guess. Huh. Weird. Well, let's hope that I stay logged in. I'll have to mess with that again. That's really weird. That's like the first time I've ever seen it, like, not... Whoa, what is that? Saving dated Elden Ring game server. Why is it just, like, taking so long? So it can connect, but, like, the connection is really shoddy, I guess.
You know what this is like? This is like the gold mask from Elden Ring, but it's from Wish.
Gold mask from Elden Ring, but it's from Wish.
To not make money.
What's fucking
What's this?
baby?
Connection to Elden Ring game server was lost.
Bro.
We'll just try another day. This is not the day
The
to
reason
play Elden
why
Ring.
New World died, I made like 5 videos about it. Yeah, I mean, it had nothing to do really with microtransactions, but microtransactions in a game like that it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work, man.
Nothing was
New
changed
World
on
is
my
so good, I
end
miss it too
for
fucking
Elden
much.
Ring, so
I do too.
it's got to be on
I
their
had
end.
a lot of fun playing the game. The combat was actual dog shit. New World was a game that the less seriously you took it, the more fun you had.
Yeah, that's my issue. I was in a guild, like a really try-hard guild
Are getting a true
for New World.
base, not the players that are there on day one, seeing how long they can wait in a queue. Not even the ones that
We
invest
were
800
there day
hours
one,
before
sitting in the
joining
queue
I'm
for
talking
New
about
World.
the true player base, the player base that if your game shuts down, they will be on the front lines doing whatever they can to create their own version of your game, some sort of backup code to keep the community alive. Those are the players that you're looking for. They're there because they love the game. They're there for real. And those are going to be extremely difficult to get because chances are they already have that game. They're already a part of that community. And most Most of them aren't going.
No. If a new game comes out and it's good, everybody will play it. If a good game comes out, yeah, people will be done immediately. It would not even be, it would be in like a month. Everybody be playing the other game. The problem is that the games aren't there. They're trash. Like, I'm sorry, but like, look at this graph. Look at this graph. This is terrible. I like Final Fantasy 14, but this is fucking pathetic. Like, a middle schooler can render better rocks in Unreal 5 in probably an hour than this. This is garbage. Who cares? A lot of fucking people care. Look at how good the motion capture is and how photorealistic Baldur's Gate 3, like, facial capture is and motion capture is. I think that plays such a massive role in why the game is popular. If you go and you look at TikToks of the game, it's all people looking at the characters. Look at, for example, the graphics of Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 actual graphical fidelity is like an 8 out of 10. But the art style and the lighting and the way that different effects happen in the game takes it to a fucking 10. The same with Elden Ring.
Going to be feeling that way about multiple MMOs.
Yeah, if I could play Elden Ring.
New MMOs have to pull their player base from other MMOs. You're going to be trying to pull players
play
from
it online. I can play it offline, I guess, but
completely disagree. I think
not as
that,
fun.
Again, where did the players from Baldur's Gate come from? Everywhere. They came from everywhere. Where did the players from Fortnite come from? They came from everywhere. If you build it, they will come. There are a lot of guys that are
Yes, he plays
38
Fortnite,
years
doesn't he?
old. They're balding, and they go to a card shop and they play Warhammer. And they don't play MMOs anymore because they're bad and they're a waste of time. And a lot of those guys played Baldur's Gate 3. A lot of them. They came back. If you build it, they will come.
And from Final Fantasy, and from RuneScape, and Guild Wars 2. The players that already know what they like and dislike about massive multiplayer online games. Which means that by default, a new MMO is immediately competing with the top of that hill. Could you imagine trying to enter that space and these are the guys you're standing next to, trying to gain their players? Good luck. The best kind of player
The biggest problem that MMOs run into is monetization. That's the big problem. Monetization and player server stability. No MMO gets that right. Like, if you just get those two things right, you are farther ahead than almost anybody. And content? The thing is that a good MMO, players will create content if an MMO allows players to do that. But most MMOs do not allow players to create content in the spectacle and the scale that they want to in order for it to be fulfilling.
To get for a brand new MMO.
Like, for example, what other MMO allows you to build a castle like we did in PAX Day? There isn't one. And whenever I did it, everybody was there watching. Literally hundreds of people were logging on every single day just to build a castle that would get deleted in less than a week. Do you know why? It's because it was there. And if you build it, they will come. That's it. Mortal Online 2, it's a trash game. It's a piece of shit. It's just a piece of shit bad game. That's all there is to it.
Is a new MMO player.
I feel like there's so many people have like such a crazy degree of like dissonance. These games are terrible. They're awful. Like none of them make me feel the same way that I felt whenever I saw Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3 or World of Warcraft or Halo 3. Not a single one of them. They're not even close.
That haven't experienced the other ones yet, and you're going to be their first experience, which would mean trying to appeal to the iPad babies, the TikTok brains, the fucking Fortnite Warzoners.
These kids will play it
can't even hold their
for sure.
attention to short form content unless there is a video below the main content that has some car surfing on ramps so that their weird brains allow them to stay there. Dude, drop a
I don't think that's true. I think that if you make a really good MMO, kids will play it instantly. I think this whole idea that kids don't want to invest time into games is totally bullshit. Like, easily, you could get 9-year-olds to ruin their life over a video game. You just have to make the video game worth it. The problem is, like whenever you're 12 years old or 11 years old, people don't feel like MMOs are worth ruining their life over. And these are boys that want to ruin their life over a video game. They're looking to ruin their life. They're like, please fuck my shit up. Please make it to where I'm not going to have a girlfriend until after I graduate high school. But I want this. And every game is like, no, we're not going to give it to you. You know, it's pay to win. No, you can't. No, you can only have like 3 people in an area or it starts lagging. No, the graphics are from 1998. That's what's happening.
13-year-old into vanilla WoW Northshire and see how long it takes for their brains to start freaking out because there's not enough colors and numbers. The generation following us is not going to really be interested in this slower-paced MMO style that
they absolutely will be. Absolutely, they will be. It's not even a question. You can get kids to waste their time doing all kinds of really stupid shit. Absolutely. Like, think about all these kids that like will play Minecraft and invest hundreds of hours into building some stupid shit. No shot? Well, think about this, right? Okay, so I've got a couple of examples. So if you think about Minecraft, kids practice and build things in Minecraft for hundreds of hours. 30 minutes at a time? Yeah, people played Classic WoW at 30 minutes at a time. Like, yeah, that's the way it used to be. My nephew is 9, spent 500 hours on a bomb that makes water flow. Yes. And so, again, the problem is that the game doesn't feel rewarding. The issue isn't that people have like a diminished attention span. It's that the content isn't worth their attention. Like, how many of you guys were this way in school? You could immediately pay attention and listen to things that you cared about, but if it was something stupid, you didn't care. It doesn't matter how much you try to listen, it just won't happen because you just simply do not care. And I don't think that 9-year-olds are that much different than we were. Or 15-year-olds, or 12-year-olds.
I played Diablo 2 when I was 9 years old.
Same shit. And the truth is
Good game.
that there is not a game out there right now that is worthy of them wasting their lives over it. Because look at Fortnite. Fortnite was that a few years ago, and you had a bunch of videos of, you know, all these parents, my kid's ruining his life over Fortnite. You know why? Because it was worth ruining your life over it.
In love with. Why would they run around Elwyn Forest or go kill goblins in Lumbridge when in that same time frame they could have had 3 adrenaline-pumping Warzone games to feel dopamine from? They don't chase the same numbers going up that we do. It makes me wonder if the generation following us, when they get to be our age, if they're going to be more interested in goal-oriented things like long-term MMO goals. I don't see new generations coming into MMOs, and I don't see current MMO players jumping to a new one.
Well, they're not inspiring. The game isn't inspiring. Like in like, for example, like let's say you play Lost Ark, and like you're a 12-year-old playing Lost Ark, and you go into the main city, you go into Vern, or you go into fucking Punakai or whatever the fuck it is, and you see somebody and they have like this crazy awesome set of gear, they have this shiny weapon, and they have a really cool mount. And you are like, oh my god, this is amazing, I want to get this. And then you just open up the store and you buy it. You couldn't do that with Thunder Fury. You couldn't do it. And it wasn't that Thunder Fury was this impossible thing to get. It's that getting Thunder Fury meant like 5 other things. It meant that your guild relied on you, your guild trusted you, you were a big dick in that guild, and they wanted to give you gear, and you deserved it. And you sat through, you got attuned, you got to level 60, you're geared out, you're a part of a guild. It meant so many more things than just, oh, he has this sword. And that's what made it special. Now, these things aren't special anymore. They don't matter anymore. They're just throwaway trash. Who cares?
When they've already established their community and love for one that they've been a part of for years. I think the current games that we have in the MMO space are going to remain there, at least for as long as both the
I'm gonna take a
players and
short break. I
devs
need to go
have
stretch.
that desire.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Is Elden Ring back?
In order for an MMO to take the reins, become the next big thing, to really be the game changer?
I think it can't happen. It can't happen until a level of technological innovation vastly reduces the cost of creating a game. It cannot happen until then.
It's going to have to be very outside the box. Never done before, a big risk. Chances are the next MMO to really overtake these or even see equal success as these hasn't even been thought of yet. But I just have this strange feeling
He's definitely right.
that the next MMO that comes out that has 6 classes to choose from, a woodcutting skill, and 2004 ass fetch quests is not going to be the one to see themselves at the top of that hill with those.
He's right.
It's just a hunch. I don't know. This Ashes of Creation game I've seen talked about for like the last 3 years is supposedly going to be the MMO that changes everything. They had this dev blog come out at the end of March, and I was like, okay, you know, this looks cool. And on the side of the screen, I see some quests about killing 20 goblins. And I'm like, no fucking way.
I think that's not a problem. So here's what you have to do if you want to capture the zeitgeist of what people want out of an MMO. You need to watch Solo Leveling, you need to watch Overlord, you need to watch Sword Art Online, and you need to watch Log Horizon. Watch all of those MMOs. Look at the plot devices in those MMOs, in those shows. Look at why people love them, and then figure out a way to make that into a game. Shangri-La Frontier, yeah, that's another one.
This is the revolutionary
Like, these
thing.
are massively popular genres of MMOs right now, and I think, how does that not prove that people want a game like this? People are willing to watch a
Okay,
video
we'll just play in
of
offline
somebody
mode for
else
now.
playing a video. It's the stupidest fucking thing ever. But think about how ridiculous that the premise of a game like that is. A show like that is. People want this.
The next big MMO is not going to have kill 20 goblins as a fucking quest, I promise. They've already lost in my eyes. There's no way, there's just no way another one of those is going to be the one to
Must
be
be
up
on
there.
my end then.
There's a
Jeez, I
few
don't know
things
what's
that
up.
I believe the next big MMO
The stream is
needs to
fine.
do differently.
YouTube is
The
fine.
number one priority is
The only
to
thing that's
come up
not
with a
working is Elden
structure
Ring.
that
So
eliminates the locust swarm effect. Finish this as fast as possible. Get to max level as fast as possible. Get to the end game, the best in slot, the min-maxing as fast as possible. It's a real shitty...
This is a problem that exists outside of gaming, and I think the reason why it's happened, and I think that we're shifting away from this now. I think that the era of goal-oriented min-maxing is waning. And also, one of the reasons why it's waning is because there is less of a fixation around making games hyper difficult. The problem and the reason why people do that is because there are a lot of group encounters and group events in WoW and other MMOs that you need to be performing at a high level in order to succeed in them. If you make a game massively punishing and really hard, and you have to rely on other people that aren't yourself in order to do the same thing that you're doing correctly at the same time, you will get more gatekeeping and you will get more min-maxing. It's really simple. The harder you punish players for failing, the harder players are going to try to avoid being punished.
Habit that we've developed with video games, especially MMOs recently. I think it's played such a big role in the overall downfall of MMOs, why everything feels underwhelming now. Unfortunately, I think as long as a game structure exists that allows for that kind of mentality, it's not going to find the success that it would have found back when we weren't playing games like that, in the golden age of MMOs, when things were actually enjoyed. That's why we want to play games solo now. It's why you can get from level 1 to 70 playing by yourself in WoW. And that's not going to make for a successful MMO. You might as well just...
I think it will, actually. I think that you need to have the solo requirement. I think that there's a big problem with, like, MMOs right now, because MMOs require player interaction, And they create player interaction as like a... Whenever you queue up for a dungeon or like a scenario event in a lot of MMOs now, the people around you might as well just be NPCs. You don't talk to them. You don't interact with them. There's never a chance that you can fail. There's nothing. It's just fucking boring. And like classic WoW, the reason why it was really good is because player interactions were encouraged, but they were serendipitous in a way that didn't feel forced or required. That's what made it so good. And also, that's what made it so good 20 years ago. You can't go back and do that again in the same way that you can then. The game's totally different now. The world has totally changed.
Like a single player game.
Chance to
Other
watch my WoW
MMOs would
video?
benefit a lot
Oh, I will.
by trying
Yeah,
a
it's a
more
great video.
RuneScape-style quest system, where it feels almost like a mission with a lot of benefits afterwards, rather than just the same generic copy-pasted coding of a quest.
I think he's totally right about this, and as somebody who's not familiar with RuneScape very much, my understanding of the RuneScape quests, and the 2 or 3 that I did whenever I played the game, were better than almost any other quest they were better than any quest that I ever did in New World. It was not even close. It was like a real quest.
Yeah, I still remember like the cooking tutorial.
Of going and getting 10 mushrooms on a tree and bringing it back for XP. It's the reason why a game like RuneScape,
I don't remember anything about New World.
Always poked fun at its graphics. Feels more
Except for maybe like
than a game with
the wars we
Unreal
participated
Engine
in.
5. It's the way
Well, it's also like the other problem is that games need a way to take players out of the goal-oriented thinking. And I think that you need to sometimes shock players out of it. And a really good example of shocking players out of goal-oriented thinking is Dragon's Plague or Dragon Blight or whatever in Dragon's Dogma 2. Your pawn literally goes crazy and kills every person in the city. Oops! And you can't save scum this. It's over. Yep, they're all dead. Uh-oh. What are you gonna do now?
Feels weird a part of that world. And I think a lot of MMOs kind of
beautiful.
Look the other way when it comes to structuring things like that. They're too
Bro, I remember this. I was a Dragon Plague so much I was constantly on edge. Yeah, I know. I remember... I have such a vivid memory of this. They released patch 7.3, PTR. 7.3 was going to Argus in Legion. And we went to Argus, and like you had this crazy cinematic. You're literally on a spaceship to another planet. I'm like, oh my god. And like the world looked fucking amazing. It's like, oh my god, we're actually in the new world. And you go down and talk to Illidan, and Illidan says kill 15 demons.
To try something else for progression. I don't know, they just play it too safe. The world has to feel alive, and everyone's end goal can't be the same. I'm not a game dev, I'm just a consumer. I complain. My role here is to complain. I'm not the guy. If I knew what this next MMO looked like, I would be trying to make it. I promise you I would. I don't think any current game devs have really wrapped their head around what it takes.
And I think this is exactly what the guys at Riot realized. I think that this is exactly what they realized about their own vision.
Because they're not an MMO to the next level, but I think with a lot of emerging game engines and technology we're capable of.
That's why they delayed it.
We're eventually going to see that thing that really makes our eyes widen and our mouths salivate. It's gonna happen. Could be a year from now, 10 years from now. Our generation of MMO players, probably the only generation of MMO players, are going to be looking for that game. And we'll know it when we see it. But for now, I think we're just gonna be cozy in the games that we play. For a more optimistic look, I think if RuneScape has taught me anything, other MMOs have really not experimented with shit. They have not really opened up the sandbox of themselves. The fact that World of Warcraft just recently released a hardcore version after it took someone developing an entire plugin to do it just kind of shows how they haven't really tried shit yet. And the fact that they just tried a battle royale is even funnier. They're trying, you know?
I'm glad they are, and I think Blizzard is finally making some of the right calls. Like this whole Mists of Pandaria thing, the Plunder Storm. Like, I'm actually, like, really happy with the direction they're trying WoW. They're throwing a lot of shit at the wall, and they're gonna see what sticks. That's smart.
We'll give it to them. Blizzard's trying.
They
might
are.
be 10 years too late to the battle royale.
Yeah, it's
boom
not
we
so
mentioned
good, but
earlier,
they're trying.
But they're trying, and we've got to give them that credit.
Yeah.
Blizzard has done everything in their power to self-destruct, and they're
They
still
sure have.
standing. It's incredible. If they're not going down by now, they're never going down. All right, that company's here to stay, which gives me confidence that other MMOs will be here to stay too. So we don't really have anything to worry about when it comes to our favorite games, our cozy home base being gone. And I think a lot of MMOs need to take advantage of this world that they've created and the different capabilities their engines have, and look and see how they can approach things differently, like RuneScape has with hardcore modes, Iron Man modes, and region locks.
Nobody's gonna want to play a hardcore Iron Man mode. That's like a fraction of a percent, like, audience. Nobody gives a shit about that. Like, that doesn't hit a mainstream audience. Nobody wants to be, like, clenching their asshole constantly, like, hyper fixated around, like, oh my god, if I die, I'm gonna lose all my stuff. Like, this just simply is not going to hit a mainstream audience ever. It's too punishing for an average player. And you saw this with Hardcore WoW. They released Hardcore WoW, the game's dead. The game's dead because nobody actually gives a shit. You're so wrong, it's actually crazy. No, I'm not.
Leagues, restricted game modes, challenges, people like watching challenges, and I think a lot of the big MMOs nowadays have the ability to implement something like that to keep their current active player bases occupied and entertained for a long time. And all that being said, I truly hope I look like an idiot a week from today when that next big thing is
Yeah,
announced.
I hope so too.
I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I really do. I think there's a future for MMOs, and we'll all be here for it. Anyway, I think that's all I got. I've been putting together the house video. It's just 5 days of a lot of footage. It's a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong.
Jesus,
I
who are
also have
those
a special
people?
project I can't really talk about right now.
Oh my
but I'm
God.
working on that beginning of May. Other than that, it's been a pleasure. Great seeing you. Take it easy.
There it is. It's a good old-fashioned New World. Oh, Jesus. The thing with RuneScape Hardcore is you don't actually spend much time clinching. Most activities are 100% safe. I don't think that you guys understand, like, a lot of people don't respect the fact that, like, you are awake at, I mean, some of you guys are in Europe, right? But a lot of you guys are in the United States. You are awake on a, what day is today? Wednesday, I think? No, yeah, on a Tuesday night at 2 in the morning, listening to a guy talk about another guy's video about video games. And you think that you have any type of barometer on what the average person wants? No fucking way. You think the average person is in this chat thinking about this? No. Like, the moment people lose progress like that, they're done. They're finished. Like, they're not gonna play that. No. It's just crazy that people don't realize that. I understand that the game has a big audience. Like, it has a big audience numerically, but it doesn't have a big potential audience. Like, there's like few thousand people that play this, but it'll never be more than that. It'll never pop off. It will never be big. Because that type of gameplay is so niche. Most people don't want that level of pressure. There's the video right there. Make sure to give it a like. This is a Jimmy video. It's one of the first videos of his that I've watched, and I think he brought up a lot of good points. For me, I actually think that the problem is that there is no way for an MMO to be successful right now because of the amount of money that it takes to develop an MMO and the things that I think no MMO will ever be successful with pay to win. No MMO will even be 10% of as successful as WoW was. Like, more than like a month, maybe. Like with, you know, Lost Ark was really big for a month and it died. It will never be as successful. It'll never be close, not even 10% of what it was, because pay to win kills a game. Thank you so much for watching. It was awesome. Yeah, thanks for making the video. It's fucking great, man. Yeah, how do we find an average person these days now? Gaming is much more mainstream these days, bigger than movies and cinema. So quite a lot of average people here, I think. No, average people do not watch streams of a middle-aged man watching another middle-aged man talk about video games that came out 20 years ago. Nobody in here is like that. An average person is primarily spends their time working. Yes, you cannot waste an average person's time that much. Like, you can't do that. Like, they lose their time like that, and they're like, oh my god, like, this is awful, I don't want to play this. And then they stop. Like, they might, if the game's really good, they might try it one more time, but it's only a matter of time until they quit. And I'm not saying that those games don't have their place, but they will never be mainstream, and they will never be big. They will never have even 10% of the relevance that Minecraft, Fortnite, or World of Warcraft ever had, and it will never happen. But they'll always have an audience, but it will be a small audience. So, if you die in OSRS, you lose a symbol that says that you've never died. Sure, right? But I'm saying, like, that's not really a metagame then. Why does that matter, though? A game doesn't need to be mainstream for it to be successful? It does, actually. So the reason why MMOs need to be really big in order for them to be successful is because if a game is really big and popular, that means that your accomplishments inside of the game matter more because more people know what they are. So the reason why people care about buying skins in popular games is because other people can see the skins. Nobody cares about being good at a random game. And so a lot of people want to
Okay, the
invest
tail
time
needs a
into
little bit more
games
work.
that they feel like they can show off their skill for. So for example, like Valorant, League of Legends, etc. Wrong? No, I'm completely right. It's not even a question. Most people don't want to waste their time on a small little game that has a tiny player base that nobody gives a shit about. A lot of people are trend watchers and they're going to follow the trend. So if your game isn't popular and there's not a lot of people playing it, that is a self-fulfilling prophecy for an MMO. And an MMO needs to be very popular in order for it to be even more popular. That's the way it goes. That's why WoW mattered so much back in the day, is because everybody knew what Thunder Fury was. People knew what Shadowmourne was. People knew what it meant to be a gladiator. Now nobody gives a shit because nobody plays the game anymore and nobody cares about it. That's what happens. That's the reason. So the reason why people want to invest time into a game is because those people want to be able to show off those accomplishments. Like, there's an entire multi-million-dollar industry, billion-dollar industry around showing off accomplishments inside of video games. Like, every other aspect and every other element of human psychology in every other relevant point in the entire world in life reflects this. It's reflected in clothing. It's reflected in the way that people want to look. It's reflected in how they buy cars. It's reflected in how they, like how they post about themselves on social media. Everybody wants to show off something that other people can appreciate and say is really cool. Their house, yes, not even close to. No, it's completely fucking true. People love status symbols. Absolutely. Yeah, it's just like, I feel like people just take a step back and think about this from a psychological perspective. And this is what I was saying before about how MMOs, designing an MMO is just as much, if not more, psychology than game design. Status is a driving force for most people. It absolutely is. It's a social aspect of game design. Well, psychology, yes. Showing off is such low human behavior. Exactly. And you need to have things that appeal to low human behavior because that creates the most amount of people that are an audience. You're explaining how popular things work, but what's your point? You can have niche things that are successful? Sure, then go ahead and do that. But what I'm telling you is that you will never have a game that's succeeded on the same level as classic WoW or Minecraft or Fortnite that doesn't fall into that category. Like, I'm not saying that you can't have a successful game that's a niche game that has 10,000 core players and everybody loves the game. Good for you, great. But it will never be mainstream, and it will never be popular, and it will never change the culture. That's the point that I'm making. Are people even arguing with this? Because they're mad that I'm categorizing their game as irrelevant. But they are. Their games are totally irrelevant. They have no impact at all. Nobody will ever care. They're coping? Yes, people are coping. And I will be proven right over and over and over again. Because expecting the lowest, expecting the worst out of people is an undefeated expectation. And I'm always right.
Try to make these under scales a bit more even. Right now they're a little bit too irregular. Wonder if I can log in yet. We'll try. Okay, that was fast. Seems like it's working now. Did they fix the little hiccup? Seems like it. We'll take a short breather and play some co-op. Do some good deeds in life. This model has become a visual representation of edging. It's been almost finished for months now, but you keep moving that stylus back and forth. This is true. You're not wrong. I mean, it needs the time, right? Everything that I'm doing is essential, so. Just imagine the coom, right? After we're done edging this model. Like your eyeballs will fall out from the orgasm of finishing. Hello, Steve. Hello, Magic Lol. Whoa, my cursor was not captured by the game. What's up with that, huh, FromSoft? How come the game doesn't capture my cursor? Is it because the team responsible for porting the game over to PC was rushed and underpaid? Is that it? That's probably it. It's a good way to get parried. Oh, the host died. Shit. Well, I think we killed Moongrim for him, though. The fattest load ever. Ropes are gonna be hanging from the ceilings and walls. Sounds about right. Sounds pretty accurate. Mayan. I always don't know how to pronounce this. Myanmar? Myanmar? I think it's Myanmar. Myanmar resistance fighters. Battling the country's military. What? Oh yeah, they're still at war, aren't they?
Resistance fighters.
So like, they still have that thing going on.
Winning battles against the ruling military junta in clashes across the country, leading
It's
many
pronounced
to
junta.
believe
Okay,
that the
not
government
junta.
could be at risk of collapsing. But last week, the military said it had recaptured the town of Mayawati on Myanmar's eastern border with Thailand, sparking concerns the conflict could escalate. DW interviewed the foreign affairs representative of the National Unity Government of Myanmar. That's the country's opposition government in exile.
It's one of the world's most violent ongoing conflicts. Since the 2021 military coup, at least 50,000 people have been killed in Myanmar. Now, 3 years into a
50,000 people
there are no
killed.
signs of it abating.
It's a lot of people.
In early April, the town Mayawati, an important transit point for the flow of goods between Thailand and Myanmar, fell under the control of a rebel ethnic minority group. But as of late April, Mayawati was back under the junta's control. The situation remains volatile. The foreign minister of Myanmar's opposition group, the National Unity Government, in an interview with DW, accused the military junta of targeting civilians in the battle.
They are losing, they are desperate, so that is why they don't even able to discriminate whether it is civilian or military target. They are definitely intentionally targeted to the civilian population because they are desperate and they are losing.
The situation in Myanmar remains enormously complex, with resistance groups opposed to the junta at times also fighting each other. Elsewhere, there's particular concern for the Rohingya people in Myanmar's northern Rakhine state.
The military is the one who creating the problem, who committed.
I just realized, like, these scales, they terminate here, but they need to continue on somehow, like, under here. Maybe I need to, like, smooth out some things and figure out how that's gonna go.
Using Rohingya as like a human shield.
Rohingya
Oh, human shields, lovely.
of a humanitarian crisis, with some 700,000 forced to flee to Bangladesh after a brutal
Did I get summoned?
2017
No, I didn't.
crackdown of
Okay.
the military.
I heard the summon sound.
Also appreciate that European Union round of sanctions to the military junta, which is really good and economic and diplomatic pressure for the military junta. And then, but at the same time, we also need humanitarian assistance for those who are suffering on the ground, because as we mentioned that there are more and more refugees are in creating because of the military junta. So
The 2017 military crackdown is now subject of a genocide investigation at the International Court of Justice.
Let's get more on this story now from Dr. Yang-hee Lee in Seoul, South Korea. She's a founding member of the Special Advisory Council for Myanmar, which advocates on behalf of the country's democratic movement. Thanks for being with us. Professor, tell us about the situation on the ground in Myanmar. Do you know who actually has the upper hand in the conflict, the military junta or the resistance forces?
Well, I heard your interview with Dozima Ong, who's not just a member of the opposition, she is the foreign minister of the National Unity Government. As she said, the junta is losing. And we've done research in 2022 about the effective control of Myanmar and have found really surprising results. And even Min Aung Hlaing said that the junta only exercises about 30% of control. But since the time that we did the report, we're doing a follow-up, and we found even more surprising results. Not only did the junta lose most of its international borders to China, Thailand, and India, it has lost some more areas that's facing closer to the heartland of Myanmar. So the effective control is not just territorial control, it's the nature of how one can govern a township or a state. The junta has not been able to govern for a while. And so they're now resorting to more barbaric atrocities against the civilian population of Myanmar.
Now, the violence in Myanmar is having a huge impact on civilians. Are they able to access humanitarian assistance when needed?
No, because the international government, most of the international government, international community is channeling through the junta, which they should not be channeling through the junta, because it would only reach the people that are under the junta control, mostly their military and their family. Most of the territory is now under the ethnic revolutionary forces. They're no longer regarded as the rebel groups anymore. There's been less fighting between the ethnic armed groups now because they have now joined hands and in alignment with the national unity government for the aspiration, fulfilling the aspiration of the people of Myanmar for a free, democratic, federal Myanmar. So
Oh,
the
summoned. Gotta buff up with my Starlight. Lagging a little bit. Actually lagging quite a lot. We might disconnect here. Okay, got the crit. Crit. Alright. $6,000 runes in the bag.
most needed aid is not reaching the people in dire need. What the international community must do is to channel these assistance cross border through the ethnic networks. They've been doing this for decades and they have the know how, they have the skills, they have the connections. And if the aid goes through the borders, it can even get channeled into central Myanmar and into Yangon.
Dr. Yang Hee Lee, thank you very much for your insights there. That was Dr. Lee from the Special Advisory Council for Myanmar.
Now let's get more on the situation in Myanmar from the journalist Tintin Neo. She is the managing director of Burma News International and joins us now from Bangkok. Tintin, do you think the pro-democracy groups and the resistance forces can actually overthrow the government in Myanmar?
It is difficult to say exactly. However, starting from last year, October 27, after the Three Brotherhood Alliance launched the military offensive, we can see that it is really, we can see some kind of hope that we can overthrow the military junta. Because like after that, more than 300 military key posts and also like there are important places has been taken by the resistant groups, and also like from the first of the military coup until now, it's more than 6,000 military personnel has been captured by the resistant groups. And also we can see that from different kinds of events, the military personnel of the military junta, they are losing their willingness to fight against the resistant groups. and also they are emotionally affected from all the all the killing and all the life have been
Okay, yeah, that needs to be sharpened, and then
losing during the
this
fighting. So we
is
see
going
that
to
it's
like fade
quite
into skin.
impactful when it's come to throwing over
Okay.
throwing the military junta. At the same time, we can see that from the alliance cooperator attack. We can see when we work together, we can win and we can succeed. So the only thing is all the resistant groups have to work together, and then also fight against the military junta. So this may show that we can definitely overthrow the military junta. Yeah.
Now, how credible are the opposition's allegations that the military junta targets civilians?
That is when this come to responses from the military junta, it was very crucial and very risky for the civilian, because they normally use an airstrike and also artillery shelling. That is also very much targeted to the civilian infrastructure and also villages, and not just doing shelling and also bombing, but also burning villages, houses, and like that. So these are one of the cruelest way of responding against the coordinated attack operated by the resistant groups. So that's why even within a month, in April alone, it's already created about 15,000 IDPs. Now that the IDPs population reached to more than 3 million. So that is really dreadful kind of an impact out of the bombing and also the burning and also artillery shelling conducted by the military junta.
The journalist Tintin Neal, the managing director of Burma News International, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Protesters at UCLA stop students from attending classes. Oh yeah,
Ooh, what
this
the
has
heck?
been crazy.
It's like it's
This
something.
has been just absolutely nuts. So
Oh, okay, never
I
mind.
actually saw
It's
there's
just like
a lot of
some
articles
a
about this and
hangnail on my
videos,
toe or something.
entitled protesters. I'll go ahead and I'll watch it.
Like,
Here
what
we
is
go.
that thing sticking on my toe?
Yeah, I'm trying to go to class, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no.
Because the thing is, even if once you exit the encampment, there's security there. They won't let you go further. It's not just us that have blocked things off.
I'd rather hear that from security.
You can go ask them.
Yeah. I mean, that's not the point.
You can't get out basically from the other side. So.
I don't need to get out. My class is up there on the quad.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens whenever you don't have the police that do something about it. That's the problem. And so, like, this is the reason. And so, like, what's going to happen in this situation? Eventually, somebody is going to go and push somebody down. Somebody's going to fall on that pavement and hurt themselves. Whether this is a protester or a counter-protester, somebody's going to get hurt. And this is why you need to have police. See, like, everybody thinks that police are just there to stop, you know, like, robberies and stuff, but the police are the ones that are supposed to resolve stuff like this. That way people don't feel like they have to. Because if these guys knew that the police were just going to come and get rid of
Didn't
these
need that
people,
information.
then
What
they'd have no
information?
problem. But the issue is that whenever they do this,
I don't remember what I said.
how do you
If I said
resolve
anything.
this? I go to UCLA. It's just annoying now because most of my classes are online. UCLA is so open. Blocking these pathways are meaningless because I can just find a different way into class. Yeah, but like, like you shouldn't have to. Like, just because somebody can find.
That's funny. That's so true as well. Like,
okay.
the universities in
that's
California
crazy.
are
Open
very open.
classes is a sure way to, if classes are paying tens of thousands of dollars for. Yeah. Don't worry about that. Police is already acting as we speak on Columbia. Yeah. Let me see.
It's
Are there
pretty
any more
funny.
posts about this?
Oh, toenail.
No.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Here's one more. Okay, and then I'll look at some of the.
I was like,
other
what is
ones.
that thing sticking out of my
UCLA
toe?
student is blocked
It's
from
like something
entering his
attached to my
own
toe.
school when he tries to attend class. Uh-oh.
You guys have closed the entrance. We are UCLA students. I have my ID right here. I'm
There he
being
is.
blocked off, not by the security guard, but by you two. You three. Oh, look, they're making their burger while I'm going this way. Excuse me. This is what they do. Everybody, look at this. Look at this. I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here. We pay tuition. This is our school. And they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Why can't they go? Will you let me go in? This can be over in a second. Just let me and my friends go in.
Yeah.
We're not engaging. Then you can move. Will you move?
We're not engaging.
Okay, we're going. We're going. I'm going in. I have my hands up. I'm not hurting them. I'm not hurting them. That's what they do. That's what they do, everybody. You guys are promoting aggression. You guys are promoting hate. We're UCLA students. We deserve to be there. Let's go.
I don't think it has anything to do with him being a Jew. I mean, to be honest, he's obviously Jewish. He's got the thing right there. I think they're just blocking everybody off, to be fair. But, this is why you have the police. That's it. Violence is not the answer. You're right. But here's the thing, is that this will eventually happen to somebody, and then somebody will punch one of the protesters, and then there'll be a fight. That's what's going to happen. Because that's what happens every time in a situation like this. And that's why, again, you need to have the police. Because if you don't have the police, then people take justice into their own hands. That's what happens. Violence is definitely an answer. Well, for a lot of people, it would be. It's like they're going to look at it from, you are, physically impeding me, so I'm going to have to physically.
I don't know what these
overpower you
protesters are
because
thinking.
You have initiated physical aggression. Like, I think that the idea that
These
the
protesters
only way you
are.
can be physically aggressive
They've
is
definitely
if you are,
taken
like,
it
violent, that's
a
not
bit
really
far.
true. Like, if you're impeding somebody's movement, if you're trying to, like, impose yourself over them, if you're trying to, like, control them, like, grab them, there's a lot of ways that you can be violent without necessarily punching somebody. And I do think that this is a method of violence. It definitely is. And, if you do something like this, it's just a matter of time till somebody gets pissed off and hits you. That's really the truth. You don't get to be a vigilante? Well, yeah, exactly. And that's what the problem is that you don't need vigilantes whenever you have police. Because the police are there to take the responsibility off of the people from administering the law. That's really what I would say. No, if police were there, would be people like playing Ross. 6'4", 300 pounds, I'd walk right through these people? Yeah, of course you would. And then they would get hurt, and then they would try to attack you, and then you would attack them, and then somebody is like, you know, because like if you're 6'4", 300 pounds, and you hit one of these girls, they're gonna be fucked up. Like, let's be honest, they're gonna be massively fucked up. And then now this is a big problem. And I'm not even saying it's a bad, I'm not even saying don't, like, you're wrong for doing that. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that it escalates to a point where nobody wants it to be at. That's the perspective, right? Assault charge, yeah. And so, are we able to get a police officer and explain why there is an officer on duty to stop these barricades into the school? I think the reason why is that this is private property.
Okay, so what they're protesting, well, it's basically it's like the Israel is fighting Palestine and Palestine's fighting Israel. I mean, it's basically like the same shit that's been going on for God knows how long. What is it, like 3,000, 4,000 years of war? Like, just like in the Middle East. And then just like privileged first-class citizens, they have something to be angry about. So obviously it seems like Palestine is definitely getting the short end of the stick in this war, in this conflict. So they're taking the side of the Palestinians, which is admirable in a certain way, but they're definitely going about it the wrong way. So basically they're just blocking other students from attending their classes, which is pretty fucked up because that will affect their future.
And the school hasn't, like, so this is, I don't know this, right? But like, I'm making a guess. My guess
I'll
is
send you the
that
video
school
link.
thinks that they can effectively ignore this and they don't want to have a larger controversy. So because this school is private property, the police, like, you know, for example, like if you're blocking somebody at a Walmart, the person who you're calling to solve that problem, or sorry, the person who calls to solve that problem is a, what do you call it? Is the people that work at the Walmart. It's public? Well, it is and it's not, right? So like it's open to the public, but at the same time, private individuals own this. And generally, like for example, if there's an altercation at a Walmart and two people aren't getting along, the person who's really going to resolve this is probably going to be people that own the Walmart. And they're the ones that call the police. So I think it's really the school isn't calling the police to resolve this because they don't want to have a bigger issue on their hand. So that's what I'm assuming probably happened. So, and I assume also, like, if they call the police would easily get rid of this. It would be over in like 30 seconds. But they're not doing that. If the school didn't call them, then nothing can be done. Yeah, exactly. The school just hasn't dealt with that. Why do you think this video isn't about anti-Semitism? Because in a lot of the other videos, they were blocking other people too. So if the common denominator isn't Jews, then it's probably not about Jews, right? So, and also, like, I mean, maybe it is, but you can't narrow it down. Like, for example, like, it seems like nobody else is getting through either. This guy obviously is Jewish, and so that's, you know, kind of like an insult to injury, but I don't think that's the fundamental reason why. It's not like they specifically disallowed him because he was a Jew. They're just disallowing everybody. So yeah, if that makes sense. No, yeah, they're just being assholes, right? I mean, yeah. I'm saying, like, yeah, and they might be anti-Semitic too, but this isn't really an evidence of it. So yeah, but they don't have the right to block anyone, though? Exactly, yeah. No, you're totally right. That's why I'm saying they're assholes, but I don't think it's necessarily being anti-Semitic. How does stopping people from getting from school help their cause? Well, it doesn't, and I think that everybody knows
It
that.
doesn't.
And really,
It doesn't help their
I do think
cause.
this is like super counterproductive. You know, people are going to see this, and they look at these people, and these people don't look like the good guys. They do not look like the good guys. Whenever people are trying
These
to go to a college
protesters, they
class
spend too
and,
much
like,
time on Reddit.
they just decided to
They
wall
need to
off
get
an
off
area and
Reddit.
not let people get through. Yeah, they don't. Like, yeah, it's just that simple. Wow, this really went super viral. Look at this. This is just a post on my Reddit, and it has 12,000 updates. It's crazy that so many people are reporting this for seemingly no reason. People love to group identity politics. We're gonna hold you accountable and treat you like shit. Why is this even allowed? It's not a protest. Yeah, these people don't know when their rights stop and approaches across other people's rights. Least anti-Semitic protesters. Why are people allowed to harass others for their religion, not be immediately expelled from the university?
I suspect there is political meddling in this. Whenever something like this happens, I suspect that there's government interference.
Because universities support it.
It's like
I don't think universities support it. I think
planted
they're afraid of
actors.
not condemning it. Or sorry,
There's
they're afraid
definitely
of
something
condemning
going
it.
on.
So it's not that they
It's
support
just
it,
another
they're just afraid of repercussions
distraction
if they say that it's bad.
for the
Americans are so
common people.
hilarious. True. This is nuts. You're paying 100K
But
to attend
distracting
college,
from
and
what?
these clowns
That's
are
the question.
prohibiting you from going to class. Yeah, everybody is against this.
What
I guess
are we
so.
being distracted from?
So they have no different issues condemning Christians.
I
Yeah,
assume
well,
it's
I mean, the reason
Ukraine,
why is
if
that, like,
anything.
it's not seen as discriminatory condemning Christians versus Muslims because it's a Christian country, so it's like we're condemning our own people and it's not seen as like othering them. I'm not justifying it, I'm just explaining it, by the way. I'm not saying, oh, this is true, but yeah, I think that's the reason. Your sub is
I
very
need to be
pro-Israeli
careful
too,
about
keep in
how
mind.
far
You think my
these
sub's pro
scales
Israel?
protrude because I
know
don't
if
want to
they are or not.
retopo every single one of these scales.
You know, to me, I think it's important that people can talk about things and just have an open conversation. I think that most of the people in my subreddit probably are more like, we don't really give a fuck. Stop ruining everything else in the process of your protest, right? That's really the way I would say it. I think that's what most people think because that's what I think, right? And so it would make sense that people would have the same viewpoint that I do. Most liberty-minded people are. Yeah, I think so. And yeah, anyway, so there's been a lot of crazy shit going on here. Let me see if I can find this. So Columbia University looks like they kind of had enough. They had enough of this shit. And so here we go.
Yeah, they
let's take a look
expelled
at it.
the protesting
And let me
students.
make sure
Or
I get caught
expelled
up
some of
here.
them, suspended others. I've already read the
Okay, I just
news
wanna
on
make sure
this.
I'm all caught up. And we go all the way down. Okay. Yeah, all right, here we go.
Unfortunate
Oh, that's loud.
situation all around.
Yeah. They did stop, by the way. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they got arrested. But, you know, this is before that happened. Jesus, look how dirty that is. So there it is, right? Obviously, they're upset. Protesters compare NYPD to the KKK as corrections buses are brought in. Uh-oh. Yep. Uh-oh, there's the police bus. Should have been a short bus. Man.
I didn't know they had police
We're
buses.
going on a field trip. Yep.
I guess it makes sense for like really large protests
KKK?
where they have to just like round up
Isn't it great that we have
the
a bunch of
protesters.
privileged white people going to one of the best universities in the world? That's at least the best university in the country. One of them that are talking about how police officers are like the Ku Klux Klan. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's the same thing, guys. Oh my god.
Asmon's being sarcastic. It's not the same
It's
thing.
like, I hear that and like, to me, that sounds a lot like privilege. That's just what I think. Mm-hmm. To be fair, I'm sure that a lot of the protesters are probably leading by example. Most of them probably don't have a job.
Well, if they do have a job, they might lose it after this as well.
Yep. Get a job. Yeah, so there it is, and let's see here. Reporter grills Columbia student after she demands the university help feed protesters occupying Hamilton Hall.
Why should the university be obligated to provide food to people who've taken over a building?
Well, first of all, we're saying that they're obligated to provide food to students who pay for a meal plan here.
But you mentioned that there was a request that food and water be brought in, unless I misunderstood.
To allow it to be brought in, I mean, well, I guess it's ultimately a question of what kind of community and obligation Columbia feels it has to its students. Do you want students to die of dehydration?
Yeah. That's obviously why. Yeah, that's clearly the reason.
And starvation or get severely ill, even if they disagree with you, if the answer is...
I'm sure that's what Columbia wants to do. That's their end goal is to kill their students. Of course. She figured it out, guys.
She go to sleep. Oh.
No,
He is asleep. He's just barking in his sleep.
It's crazy to say because we're on an Ivy League campus, but this is like basic humanitarian aid we're asking for. Like, could people please have a glass of water?
Bro, they actually act like they're in Palestine. It's like a cosplay convention. Instead of dressing up like furries, they're pretending to be in a war zone.
I don't know why these guys aren't.
Yeah.
I don't know why these students aren't protesting like actual things that affect them, like how about like housing for one.
But they did put themselves in that very deliberately in that situation and in that position. So it seems like you're sort of saying, we want to be revolutionaries, we want to take over this building. Now would you please bring us food and water?
Nobody's asking them to bring anything. We're asking them to not violently...
I've been summoned.
Hey.
Hey!
Ah, fuck. I missed it. Okay. Ow! Not very nice. Oh. Oh my god, that damage. Stamina. Oh, nice. We have a healer. Oh, I just picked up a longbow. Look at that arrow. It's like straight through my head. dead already. This guy's a pretty tough boss for like super low levels. All the bloodstains.
Stop us from bringing in basic humanitarian aid.
They're stopping the delivery of food.
We are looking for a commitment from them that they will not stop it
But
violently.
they haven't stopped it yet.
I don't know to what extent it has been attempted, but we're looking for a commitment.
Yeah, I think they're in a pretty bad position. Like, Colombia can't do that, because if Colombia does that, then they're acknowledging and allowing those people to be in the building in that way. And if a fire starts and people get hurt, then they can sue Colombia because Colombia enabled people to do that outside of the context of what they're supposed to do with safety regulations. So it's a liability, yeah. Like, it's just, again, this is a person going to an Ivy League school. Just think about it for like 5 seconds here. It should be expelled from the school. Yeah, but like, Columbia's been cleared. Yeah, the police completely wrecked them about an hour ago. No, I'll go through everything. The risk manager is probably stressing. Yeah. I mean, it's just that I think these people have, like, you know, super main character syndrome, right? And so they're not really going to be thinking about it in the context of anything other than, am I getting what I want or not? Police prepare to enter Hamilton Hall at Columbia. Protesters boo them. Uh-oh, here we go. There it is. That's a lot of reading. Yep. Uh-oh. There it is. What the fuck is the brain of these people? Well, I mean, like, they're, you know, the majority of people that, what do you call it? The majority of people that do this, these are people that live massively sheltered, extremely safe lives. And I think that a lot of them have, like, some sort of, like, internalized guilt for that. Because it's like, you know, we live in this amazing, perfect world, and I think they probably feel guilty for the fact that that's the case whenever there are people in Palestine, and it's like, they're not having a good time. You know, like, I've seen the pictures, like, they're really not, because they're, like, getting killed. But, you know, people in America have to figure out some sort of way to make it about themselves. I understand why the university saw the takeover of Hamilton Hall as an escalation. My concern is whenever you bring the police in, there are unintended consequences. Uh-oh, here we go.
Well, I'm terribly concerned, and I'm very sad. I understand why the university saw the takeover of Hamilton Hall as an escalation.
Well, it's just against the law, and you can't just take over a random building because some people aren't doing what you want. I mean, like, it's really not... I guarantee you, if people were taking over the CNN building, this person would be saying it's an attack on free speech and democracy, and, you know, like, the police need to be holding these people accountable. We need to see their names. So, yeah, I mean, this is just... he doesn't really believe that, right? The moment that this happened to him, or something he believed in, or his house, or something he had value in, this would just immediately disappear.
I look forward to learning why they decided to move now. The building was taken over earlier today. Let's make clear to everybody, freedom of speech does not include vandalism. It does not protect you if you take a building or occupy a building. So this is not what the students engaged in. The demonstrators was not...
Well, if they didn't engage in taking over a building, then why aren't the police officers coming in from the main door? Because that, see, like, to me, like, I mean, what is this, Anne Orlando? What are we doing?
the exercise of their First Amendment rights today. They escalated the situation. My concern, however, is that when you bring the police in, there are unintended consequences, I'm sure, and I worry about...
He's right. He is definitely right. And the protesters should have thought about that before they decided to break the law. Yep, you're right. That's why you don't break the law. True.
Students getting hurt, not deliberately by the police, but things can happen.
Well, they wouldn't. The reason why they're getting hurt by the police is because they're in a place that they don't need to be in and they're breaking the law. Here's a really good bit of advice for how to avoid being hurt by the police. Don't break the law. That is going to really, that's going to take the probability of you
That
getting
doesn't
hurt by
make
the police
any
down
sense at all.
by a huge amount, guys. Like a massive,
You should be able to break the law
massive
whenever you
amount.
want and not get hurt
And
by the police.
It's really not that hard.
And it's very difficult to control a situation like this. John Miller will know better than me. But I worry about the health of my students. And I worry about the health of students who've made mistakes. I am saddened by the escalation that the student demonstrators engaged in today.
Big mistake.
It really was unjustified.
It was.
Regardless of the moral outrage one should have about the effect on civilians in Gaza, that is not a justification.
He's right.
For engaging in violent acts here in New York City.
True.
What has happened today is terribly worrying. And what we're watching now...
I don't think it's worrying at all. This is the way it's supposed to be. There's always been shit like this happening. Like every 10, 15 years, there's something like this that happens. Whether it's the LA riots, Occupy Wall Street, this, BLM riots. Like, look, I mean, this happens all the time. I mean, it's basically like the country turns into a PvP server like about once every 15 years. And it seems like it's happening more often. Every 4 years? Yeah, things are going to be even more often.
Because of the unexpected and the role of accident could turn out very badly. So I worry about the health and safety of the students and of the police too.
I worry about the police. Yeah, I don't care about the students. They're breaking the law. Fuck them. It's the police officers. They're the ones that have to deal with this shit. NYPD correction bushes push through crowd. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I remember I did this in Call of Duty. Oh, here we go. Was that Will Ferrell from Saturday Night Live needs more cowbell? Like, what is it? Why would you... What's that gonna do? Oh, yeah. Beat a pot for Palestine. Bring out the riot cowbells. This is a revolutionary pan. There it is. Yep. That pan will go down in history? I bet it will. Oh, there they go. That's a lot of police officers. Holy shit. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Even more of them. There it is. Yeah. That's crazy. It's actually Anne Orlando. I mean, how did this happen?
Siege of Anne Orlando.
Oh my god. Police are now...
Oh, we got disconnected.
Occupying the building, who kicks them out? I don't know. Yeah, and arrest...
Okay, so the scales up here are a little bit too... Whoa, that's loud. these. The scales up here are a little bit too thick. I'm gonna have to cut them down a bit.
Yep. Man, get fucked, I know.
Oh, I hear tasers. That is the sound of tasers.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah. Chain lightning.
Chain lightning.
100% self-inflicted.
Have some
Jesus.
Star Wars Palpatine
leg,
memes
yeah.
in here.
We're still LARPing. Yeah, it's Dark Souls. Who's rolling? Oh my god. The LARPing will continue? I have a feeling it won't. Yeah. It's content of the month? I know. Mm-hmm. Man. This is pure LARP? Yeah, I mean, not anymore. Uh-oh. Raid wipe? Yeah. They got cleared out, bro. Man. Bro, they are busting the fuck in there. Holy shit. I love how, like, what's really funny to me about
I
this
feel bad for that
is
building.
the
It looks
fact
like a
that,
nice building.
Anybody who's played Grand Theft Auto knows that you can't just... It's not like the cops, like, after you shoot 10 cops or you get rid of 20 cops, they're gonna stop coming. There's just gonna be more and more cops until they get you. Like, that's the way every game works. It's the same as, like, in Cyberpunk. Like, eventually they're just gonna send in max tac and they're gonna get you. And if you kill one of them, then they're gonna bring in another one. And then it's gonna be another one after that. It's like you're just eventually gonna lose. Like, what's this? But they didn't shoot cops? No, they didn't. But they're breaking law, and the cops didn't shoot them either. Nobody's getting shot, at least as far as I know. Yeah. They definitely got the 5-star status. There's so much destroyed property, such a shame. Well, I mean, that's what happens. And the thing is that the university should be to blame for this. I do. I think it's the university's fault because the university should have been much more proactive in this. They should have stopped this way faster and way earlier. They should have shut this down like a while ago. Like, cause it's really not the police's fault because it's really, I mean, like, it's a public, it's a public school. You can go on to school, but like, it's really the university that sets the rules there for the most part, right? Unless, criminal acts are being taken. But in terms of like blocking other people or anything like that, that's really up to the purview of the university, not the police for the most part. So the police, like they're waiting on the call. And the university should have called a lot fucking earlier and none of this shit would have happened. Yeah, let's be honest. Even if they are breaking the law, they're not doing it in a harmful and endangering way. That's not the way to treat people. Oh, I absolutely think it is. I totally support the police. They're doing the exact thing I think they should. This is what my taxes are supposed to be going towards. I don't want to see a bunch of clowns go and get in front of a building because they think that they can and bully everybody else. They can't go in the building. That's insane. No, of course you can't do that. That's ridiculous. Nobody thinks this, and you don't either. The moment this happened to something that you were involved with, if this happened to your house, you'd be freaking out. You'd be wanting the police to come here too. Like look at January 6th. Look at any of the other cases, like the Charlottesville rally. No, this is not a principled stance that anybody has. The moment that this stuff affects them in a way they don't like, they immediately flip the script. Nobody believes this stuff is good. Look at those taxes, beautiful. Yep, there it is. That's our taxes at work, boys. Yeah. Once it's here. How is this even close to the same? Well, it's really simple. Don't break the law. Don't block places off. If people tell you to disperse and the police tell you to disperse because you're, the people that own the property want you to leave and you don't leave, then the police should come and arrest you and put you in jail. It's really simple. It's such a simple concept. And it's sad because this is an Ivy League school. These are people that are supposed to be smart. And they don't even understand a basic concept like this. Yeah. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, brainwash. Yeah, it's disturbing. And yeah, okay, here we go. Here's some more of it. Fraternity brothers help police tear down the Gaza camp. Wait a second. Really? Oh my God, where is this? Can I see this?
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the best ways that you can support us here at
Where is this?
What we want to avoid, say, about left necessarily.
Look at these. Right.
Uh-oh.
We've got the white frat boys throwing away protesters' belongings, and we've got the pigs and browns
just throwing their shit away.
Although we are being forced off campus. Pigs and brown.
Oh my God. Yep, there it is. Narcissistic performative activism? Yeah, something like that.
Here is video shot only moments ago by our very own cameras. Now, you see, these agitators were arrested only moments ago. Again, we're told, Alexis just told us, there have been dozens of arrests tonight. And here with more reaction to what's going on in the situation in New York on the campus of Columbia University. What does it mean politically for Joe Biden, who has been virtually silent on most of this? Fox News contributor Charlie Hurt, former architect.
Oh. Here again. Black Knife. Oh, this is the one with the black parasite looking thing, right? Cemetery shade, yeah. Ah, fuck you. There we go. Oh, he's still alive. There you go. Watch the bleed. Got him. Squash the bug.
So Governor Mike Huckabee is with us. Here is video shot only moment.
Yep, there it is.
As you can see, one officer is in. A second officer now is climbing through the window.
And the best thing is, like, whenever I say Anne Orlando, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, you know the exact window that I'm talking about? Yep.
Others are standing by. They're following in suit.
It's pretty crazy.
What is going to go on inside that building is
Archer, yeah.
You know, anybody's, it can be up to anybody's imagination.
Oh my God.
What danger they may face on the other side, nobody knows. What we do know is that any students that end up getting arrested there probably are not going to be punished in New York. An extraordinarily dangerous situation. And my last question, Mr. Speaker, where is the president of our country tonight? Where is he?
He's in my... Where's the president? Somebody says judge this to be predictable and lay blame. This could have been prevented. The university stepped in early as kind of a take. No, I think that's the case. And it's like... And I feel like a lot of times, like, protests like this escalate because they're allowed to escalate. So it doesn't really happen all at once. Usually it starts off as being pretty reasonable, and then it gets worse and worse and worse if people allow it to get worse. And that's why I think that they're responsible. Of course, the protesters are ultimately responsible, but it's the university that really makes the decision.
As usual, Sean, he's afraid to speak to the issue. We announced today a whole of the House initiative.
I also think that I think Biden is afraid to talk about it. I think so. I think that he knows that, you know, like his position and like the official Democrat position is alienating to young voters, and he doesn't want to lose in the election. I think that's what's happening, because like there's very clearly a massive disconnect between like, you know, old school Democrat voters and like young voters that are like free Palestine. It's huge. And so I think that's the reason why he's not talking about it. He could lose just from this. You know what? You're probably right. Because there are definitely going to be a lot of young people that, I mean, because the election isn't really that far away. It's in like, what, November or some shit? So like, if it's really not that far away, I feel like, yeah, I feel like this is still going to be fresh in people's minds. It will be. November 6th? Maybe. Trump is going to use this as fuel? Of course. Yeah, and I think
This
lot
is
of people
why.
will vote for Trump because...
This is why I think this was orchestrated. A lot of what we see and what we hear is propaganda.
I mean, I think that whether or not it's true, I think a lot of people assume that if Trump was president, this probably wouldn't have happened. Because he would have sent in the National Guard or something.
Everything must be scrutinized.
We're going to use all of our
No, I could be
committees of
wrong, but I bet
jurisdiction.
that's
We're
what they
going to
think.
investigate these universities. They're getting a lot of federal funding. They have very generous tax benefits as nonprofits, and they're allowing student visas from foreign students, I think, to be abused. I think we have a role to play. We're going to continue
Beat him
to
up
do
all by
our
himself.
job in the Congress, in the House. The
sure.
House Republicans are on this like white on rice, and that's what the American people demand and deserve. This is out of control. It never had to happen, and we need officials with some backbone to stand up and say what is wrong is wrong. And until they do that, we're going to have more of this mayhem all around the country, I'm afraid.
He's right, actually. I think he is. Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Well, that's exactly what we're told from NYPD sources. I just checked in with them right before this hit. They're telling me that they've cleared every protester out of Hamilton Hall and also cleared the protesters out of the Gaza Solidarity encampment. But they still left those tents there because that's the property now that Columbia will then have to remove. But I'm going to take you this way just a little bit so you can see. I mean, talking about, right, Sean, you said it right.
Feds are trying to cut off your internet. They're trying to deprive me of Elden Ring as punishment.
They have these officers on standby.
It's true. I'm just too smart. I can see through their lies.
Kids get out of Hamilton Hall. When the university couldn't do their job, the police had to do it for them. So this is still a live look here at what we're seeing on the Upper West Side at Columbia University. But as of right now, we can tell you that after the university's president called the...
You know what's really kind of surprising about this is all of the people that are getting arrested probably ruin their life. Like, you probably put like a -3 onto your life. Because like you think there's a very high chance you're going to get expelled. And if you get expelled, that means you're going to have to join another school. And then it's going to be harder for you to get integrated into another school. Then it's going to take longer for you to finish your degree. And you also have an arrest on your record. Like, this is...
Especially when it's already really hard for young people to get ahead
right? I have a lot of friends that
during
have
this
not
time.
had, you know, very clean histories. And if you get one of these on your record, you're fucked, man. You are like super, super, super fucked. I don't think people respect it enough. Yeah, you're cooked.
NYPD asking them to go
Maybe it's just your end.
clear out that hall. That's what they did. They did it in 2 hours.
I haven't had any drop frames so far. Might be on your end.
They arrested dozens of protesters, I'm told. Don't have an exact number. They're going to book them down at that processing center with the NYPD at their headquarters and get hit with a variety of charges. Some of them might just be for trespassing because some of those kids were expelled or suspended, right, just the other day and came back onto campus. But
it's like, what are you going to do after you get expelled from school? Like, because you think about, like, what happens 2 days after this. You should meet some people at work here who make great money. So many companies hire felons now. I know that. But there's also a lot of companies that don't. And to say that being a felon or having a criminal record is not a negative impact on your job prospects is so dishonest. It's a debuff, man. And I'm not saying that there aren't people that are able to go past it. There are. There's a lot of them that aren't. But it's harder. It's definitely harder. It's a debuff.
It's a debuff.
Damaged property. You saw it in that video. They smashed through those windows and damaged that property there, so they could be facing.
I want to make the scales here a little bit more pronounced. I think it'll look nice. Like you see this on the Draenei, right? In World of Warcraft. There's a lot of
But even just getting kicked out of school is huge.
races and like playable races have this
Yeah,
detail.
because like you think about it, like if you are a recruiter
Like
and
that,
you are
you usually
hiring
have
for
some.
a job,
The
do you
scales
want
here
to
are usually
hire
a little bit
somebody
more
who got
raised.
expelled from their school because of this bullshit? Because I'll tell you, I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't want a person like that. Because this person has no respect for any sense of order. They won't listen to what you say if they just disagree with you. And they won't do what they're supposed to do. Yeah, if I had to make a decision on this, I would definitely say no. Now, I'm sure other people might disagree. And hopefully those people can find jobs in those places. But personally, that's the way I feel about it. Companies do background checks? Yeah, they do. Absolutely not. Shows willful disregard for authority. No hiring manager wants that. Yeah, like it's like, and also like you're basically signing up for a problem. It's like you're opting into this problem. Like what the hell? So yeah, there it is, guys. And they all got arrested, or at least moved out. Full raid wipe, and that's what's going to happen every single time. Is that if they call in the police, this is going to happen every single time. And also, like, here's another factor. This is another big W for the police. Nobody died. Nobody got shot. This was a
Nobody died.
peaceful dispersal. You know,
Only in
think about
America.
that because, like,
That's like
you
a
know,
bonus.
this is shit that's supposed to be
Nobody
normal.
died.
But it's important to keep that in mind. Nobody got shot. Yet, that's right. It hasn't happened yet. That's pretty good. Yeah, small W, that's their fucking job? Yeah, but not really
That's
though, right?
fucking
You know,
job.
bullshit can happen. It's easy for things like that to happen, and it didn't. I think it's a good thing. It's a very good thing. Dudes who got the raid together, good raid leaders? There are, man. Absolutely. This one have permanent lasting effects on their life in any way whatsoever. You got to give it a rest with entering special.
I don't see how.
So you think getting
That's not my war. I
expelled
probably don't have a good
out
understanding of the
effect on
situation,
your
but I don't
life?
really see how Palestine is the victim.
Absolutely will. Yes, it will. Will it
Yeah,
affect
I'm
their
basically
lives
in the
30 years from
same
now? Like a
situation.
year, that's it? That's a lot.
It's not my war. I don't have a good
But
understanding of it.
1 year debuff? Fucking
And honestly,
hell,
it's like
that's huge.
really complex.
Absolutely.
Basically, the situation over there is, it's a holy war that's been going on for thousands of years. It's literally a holy war. It's a PvP flagged zone, and basically always has been.
What are you talking about? Yes, it's like you think it's not that long because it's not happening to you. But think about what happens if you're fucked for that much time. It's obviously be a snowball effect. It is. It's really bad.
Holy wars are
Yeah,
not
and
good.
I'm not saying it's going to ruin their life completely. Maybe a couple of them if they do get a felony charge. But you know, I'll tell you that they're probably going to feel like it ruined their life. At least whenever, you know, like 2 or 3 weeks from now, I bet that's exactly how they're going to feel. 100%, man. Yeah, a lot of protesters know they're good either way because of rich parents or whatever. I don't think that all of them know that, but yeah, this has been a pretty popular topic, and this is what the that is. This right here is this is the final result of this behavior, and it will be the final result every single time. The police will come in, they will arrest you, you will be removed, and life will go on as normal. So yeah, it's a Rip Bozo situation just waiting to happen. So
Hey
don't
Z,
stand
how's
up
it going?
against genocide? Well, just don't stand up in front of the police, in front of a building, and not let other people go in the building. You can stand up against that, absolutely. But it doesn't give you the right to break the law and block property and, you know, take something over. What do you mean? No, of course that
I believe there's a
you
saying.
don't, but you
There's a saying that the Middle East is where empires go to die. I don't know where it's from, but I remember hearing that. pretty sure that's... Isn't that what happened to Rome? I'm not sure.
I don't even believe that. No, of course not. How dare they say you're stopping genocide by not letting people go into one building inside of a university in New York City in America? How's this helping Palestine? I'm sorry, but I just really don't think it's going to do much. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it does the opposite.
Let's just smooth down these scales of the
People
tip
don't
here.
know the meaning of genocide? No, I don't think that they do either. But regardless of what that is or not, but give me 1 second, take a look at that. Somebody types in chat, say, what's this here? So no protest? Well, I mean, again, if people can't understand how to not break the law, then the police will have to teach them what the difference is. That's it. If they can't learn, then they will learn. One way or another, they're going to learn. So they can do it ahead of time or after they go to jail. That's it. Such is life. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure the police don't know the law. Well, they know it a lot better than the people that are breaking it.
This looks good.
Yeah, terminally online.
I think it's good now.
Freedom fighters? Oh, I don't think they're freedom fighters, okay?
Could always be better.
They're complainers.
But I think this
They
is
disagree
good
with the
for
extortion or felony charges?
retopology.
I think that that's what they should do. See, to me,
We can do a test bake with this. See
like
how
if I
it
was
turns out.
Columbia or I was NYPD, what I would do is I would just randomly assign different people charges. And I would do that, and I would just not charge some people and then charge other people. And I think that if you do that, the reason why that's a good idea, and this is what I would do if I was Columbia, I would randomly expel some of them, and just draw the names out of a hat. Because the reason why is that there's nothing that's scarier to people than unfairness. And if you demonstrate that you are committed to unfairness, people will never test you. People will never push your boundaries because they don't know where they are. And that's the best thing to do. Like YouTube does this, for example.
A bit noisy back here as well. Like, we have the scales here, but the scales have noise on top of them. I gotta reduce that.
Yeah, that's an L take. Oh, you can think it's a, no, it's a mean take, but it's not wrong. People are terrified of uncertainty. If you introduce uncertainty into something like this, people will stop doing it. It's extremely fast. Yeah, it's mean. Idiots with main character syndrome will happily play that lottery. No, they won't. They'll play the lottery until it happens a couple of times, and their friends get picked out, and after a couple of times, that'll be it. Guaranteed. I saw it happen. You're 100% right. Yeah. Either way, it's a 2 versus 0 versus Israel. Oh, I don't know about that. But bullshit's a W take. Well, I mean, again, I'm just explaining that's what would happen. Why do you think people show up to work on time? Not because they want to? Yeah, of course. Yeah, you do the crime, you do the time. You think the establishment's correct to use unfair punishment to crush protesters? I think that it's not really unfair punishment. It's realistically, you can't get rid of everybody. And so you don't want to make an example out of everyone because it probably would be too disruptive to do that. And it would be too stressful. And I think that the best thing to do is to make people not want to do something rather than stopping them from doing it.
Am I done?
If that makes sense, right? Because
I think the ears, yeah, the ears I didn't finish up. You can see here. We gotta finish up the ears.
Do something. And YouTube does this really well.
I remember seeing this from one of my posts. I'm like, ooh, oh shoot. Like the turntable. It was the turntable, and the head turned around to here. I was like, oh no, I didn't do this right yet.
Sometimes things are against the rules, sometimes they're not against the rules. And that's why nobody pushes the rules. A lot of people don't push the rules because they don't know really what they
Once we add all of this in, we'll smooth it out a bit so it's not as bumpy. But it still has like the texture.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and it would work. It would immediately stop. Like Twitch? Well, Twitch doesn't. Twitch does it in the wrong way. Is it unfair punishment?
It's 18 and then 1.8.
Why should people follow a law they never agreed with or wrote? Just because the law's a law doesn't make it right? Look at history. Well, they don't have to. See, you don't have to follow the law. But if you don't follow the law, then you go to jail. So you're right. You don't have to follow the law. Like if you don't agree with the speed limit, you can go 80 miles down the school zone. But then you're going to get arrested. So it's not that you can't do it. You can do it, sure. But there's just a punishment for doing it. Yeah, so just keep that in mind. Nobody's trying to gaslight you, right? Of course I am. I'd rather live in a world where laws aren't absolute, to be honest. No, you wouldn't. Let me. What do you mean by that? Yeah. What do you mean by that? Where laws aren't absolute. Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, laws should be challenged. Like which one? Which current law? And by the way, if you're gonna make the argument for like having weed or something like that, I agree with you. Then I think it should be challenged. Yeah, abortion. I agree with you. So why don't you just vote against it? Because that's the way that laws are challenged. You elect a representative that will represent you in
The
the way
spikes
that you
aren't
want, and then
placed
you
in.
challenge that
I
law
actually,
through a representative.
so I actually
That's the
changed
way
the
to go.
face and the ears a bit off stream.
That's right. You have to.
I haven't shown you guys yet.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with, by the way. Yeah, I'm just saying, like that's yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell now, obviously,
Yeah,
because
you
I don't
really
have
get
like
to
a comparison
listen.
up yet,
Like whenever
loaded up.
you're
But
not happy with
the
the way
ears
things
are
turn out,
pointed out
you
more,
don't
and they're
just
also a
get to
bit
flip the
longer.
board
So they're a
over
bit like
and
night
say,
elf
"Oh,
ears
I'm not playing this game
from
anymore. I'm gonna do whatever
World
I
of
want."
Warcraft.
That's not the way the world works.
So make these fit
And
back
these
into the
kids are learning
sockets.
that firsthand. You know what's happening in America?
Oh
Like
shoot!
some other
Wait,
countries, like watching TV. Well, I mean, a lot of countries
should
have
have done that.
problems.
Let's go mask this
Yeah,
out
I mean, it's
first.
just not the way it works, man.
All the spikes, even the
I think
ones
it
on the
should feel
face,
somewhere
are
enough here where law's not absolute.
in the
Yeah,
same
places where law isn't
subtool.
absolute. That's a scary place. Do you think Israel is right in attacking Palestine the way it is? No, not really. I mean, I think Israel's fucked up, but I mean, it's not my problem. I don't really give a shit about it that much. I mean, I do in a way, but like, I don't care enough to like go and, you know, like, I don't want to send troops over there. I don't want to send money over there. Like, I have an opinion about it, but like, that's about it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Your taxes go there? Yeah, I have an opinion about that. You're already sending money, that's why you should care? I do, and next time that I have a chance to vote against it, I will. That's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it works. No, you won't? I vote pretty regularly. Sure. I mean, if it's something that I believe in, of course I would vote for it. Why wouldn't I? Anyway, we can move on. You never have a chance to vote against it because both parties support the genocide? Well, if enough people don't like it, they can make a third party. But they don't, because enough people don't really care. That's the truth. It's too logical, though? Yes. That's really the truth. They don't really give a shit. They care. They care. They definitely care. But the moment that caring causes them discomfort, the caring percentage goes from like 90% to like 3%. And that's why nobody votes third party. Harsh but true? Yeah, that's just how it is. Most people don't really give a shit about this. It's important to keep that in mind. The third parties don't have the funds? Yeah, why don't they have the funds? It's because they're not being supported. That's the reason. Some protests happen in other countries. They're freedom fighters fighting against evil regimes and dictatorships. Whenever the same happens in democracies, they're terrorists. Yeah, that's a lot in the case. Yeah, if you're not able to be represented by your government and you don't have a right to vote, then yeah, that's the only way you can protest, and that's the only way you can change things. But the truth is that, you know, where we live, we do have the right to vote, and we can change policy. And anybody who thinks that's not true needs to go to China or Russia or North Korea and then learn what that really means. Anyway, we can move on.
Honkai community is mentally ill. What is this?
Me and my girlfriend are trending. Oh my. Okay, so you guys have to understand 3 or 4 different levels of mental illness.
I was actually
Normally
looking
it's only
at
1 or
some
2, but since this is a
stuff
gacha
from
game
Honkai Star
community,
Rail
like
and
3 or
also
4.
Genshin Impact for
So
reference.
Robin is a new character that was added into Honkai Star Rail, and I believe patch 2.0. And she's nice. She's a cute girl.
Like these
L-
companies
uh,
have
let
a
me see.
lot
I'll
of
show
money,
you,
especially
like, it
Genshin
was
Impact, so they know
2.2.
how to.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even know that.
They're
but-
capable of
well,
hiring
I mean,
the best
she's in the game in the
artists.
story now. That's Robin, and this is
At least
not
for
official
anime.
art, but you know, it's basically this character. And the people on Twitter have decided that
So it's
Robin
worthwhile
is gay,
seeing who they
or
hire,
lesbian.
why they
Now,
hired
why
them,
have they decided that?
and what they
I
can
don't
make.
know, but they did. And so anyway, this is what's happened. Here's a comment that was made right here. This is why we can't feel comfortable around straights, by the way, because you don't know how to act normal. If you think that saying every character is a lesbian is ruining the fun, but this is acceptable behavior, get it checked right now. And the acceptable behavior that Tectone is expressing is posting a picture of the character, and the character is hot. That's right, guys. Oh my fucking god. These fuckers, yeah,
Yeah,
these
this is
straight
fine.
girls
I'm
and
just
stuff.
gonna
Yeah, and this is obviously
smooth
an
out
anime profile picture. Not
some
really
of
too
this.
big of a surprise here. Dumb fucks debate. Oh, here we go. Let's see. When he finally kills himself on live stream and they repost it to Reddit, and it's a gif of somebody being happy. Now, if you look at this person's profile picture, it's an anime character. So what you have to understand is that I'm gonna just be honest. I'm gonna say it.
We do backface mask with
Most people
smooth.
that use anime
I think
avatars
so,
on
right?
Twitter use them because they're fat and ugly in real life. And everybody knows it. So whenever you see one of them talking shit to you, you've got to keep in mind that they're probably fat in real life. I mean, there it is. I mean, yeah, I'm ugly, not fat. Yeah, I mean, either way, right? Check Tectone's video about this. Where is it?
Angela, be real, please. Let me. Wait, Tuano retweeted or made a post.
Do I
about
have a chance with her? Be real, please lie to me.
Robin, wait, what's the big deal? What happened? Is it bad or what? You've made it clear, Reps. I'm cooked. Is no because she's mine. Wait, and check the quote retweets. Oh, okay. Hold up.
Oh shit.
You posed engagement.
What's going on?
Let's see how many of these I can say.
She wants girls, not you, bro.
Okay, that scared me. Yeah, so much cheese and Cormac.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Front entrance or side entrance? Side entrance. When I first came here, I never knew this. Like, whoa, what the fuck? I never knew this. This ladder was here. A sec. Okay. So I'd always just fight through the troll every single time. Whoa. It's targeting me. A bit confusing. Okay, this seems good. I feel like, is it too granular here, maybe? I don't know. I think it's fine, I guess. Yeah, it should be fine. Maybe it's a little bit too bumpy here on the neck. Let's reduce it a bit here. Like, there's a few outliers, like this one. Well, the wings. Yeah, this one's a little bit too bumpy too. Okay, this might actually be done. Which is interesting to say. Because it feels like I've been working on this project forever. I mean, like, at least done for now, right? I might go back in here later and make things better, because there's a few areas that are a little bit sloppy. I could, like, definitely make them better if I spent more time. But I think we're in a good position to do a test bake. Like, the inner ear could definitely use some texturing in there. Well, maybe not really. I don't know. This area, yeah, still needs some work. The elbow is a little bit too noisy. You can knock that down a bit. A little bit too noisy here. I feel like if I spent like 2 more days on this, it would like really be at 100%. Tail spikes? Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't texture these. I can do that real fast. Let's go just use this alpha. Thanks for reminding me. Well, not that. Yeah, just make it look more like bone, I guess. What even would this be? Would this be... I guess this would be bone, huh? Definitely not keratin, because keratin is hair. Yeah, could be keratin. Like rhinoceros horn is actually hair, I believe. Some sort of modified hair. Or made up of the same material. Which is keratin. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I think what I should do is start retopologizing this. When I retopologize, I usually end up discovering like areas that need improvement along the way. So let's go do that. Let's save this. Actually, I might need to go. I've been streaming for 5 hours, 30 minutes. It's 3 a.m. here. Okay, let's go decimate this, and then we'll bring it into Modo. Whoa. Yeah, this one here. We'll decimate this, bring it into Modo, get everything prepped for tomorrow's stream where we'll retopologize this. We can use the human base mesh, and then use that as like the base here, and then we just need to really just like maybe like retopologize the spikes here as well, and just like change things up on the base mesh, add the wings and the tail. And yeah, like the ears would also need to be changed to the face. Let's go decimate this. And we'll bring it into Modo. Save it there. And then yeah, we'll be ready for retopo for tomorrow. Oh yeah, it's Wednesday too. I gotta go do the weekly post. Analyzing mesh. I need to use the thrust heavy more often. I heard it's really good. It does have decent reach. But it's also a bit, I feel like it's a bit slow compared to like if someone's sprinting after you, right? You just want to like turn and burn. That's like as fast as you can get it. If someone's like chasing you with Antspur rapier or whatever. Dual spears. And then gavel. How's the progress? 34. It's going pretty fast. Oh, shoot, you know what? I wanted the fingernails to be part of the mesh too, huh? So let's go make a copy of this. Move it down. Where are the fingernails? Yeah, like the wing nails and the fingernails and all the nails. So duplicate this, move that down. So that should be the toenails, right? And then also the wing spikes will also be part of this. What is this? Is this the thumb? Oh, the nails. These are actually nails as well. Yeah, we need those, and we also need the wing spikes. Okay, we can merge these. I guess the tail spikes will also be... No, the tail spikes will be able to be customizable. So... Should it just be like, should it be all the tail spikes, or should it just be the big one on the end? I feel like it should be all of them. Or should there just be like a modifier so you can like curl the spike so it's like a hook instead of a spike. So there could be like a curve modifier to them. I really don't know. I really don't know. I mean, like the hair might be customizable as well. So where's the hair? There's here. So that will also be customizable. Or should it? I guess it could be like length. Tail for length. Seems like a lot of customization options. Okay, since I don't know, I'm gonna go with what I do know, which is nails and the skin. I have no clue about the tail, but if I do decide on that, I know what to do, which is just incorporate it into the base mesh. So let's go merge these. Actually, let's go decimate this first, and then we'll merge. It'll be faster that way. Ooh, I should move this into... Okay, so the tail, we need to organize this a little bit better. Tail spikes. Let's go make a new folder here. Tail, whoops. No, caps lock. Tail. Sure, just tail. So if I hide this, that should be everything on the tail. Yeah. Facial horns, what is this? Why is this outside of facial horns? This should be inside. Oh, this should also be part of the, yeah. Wait, or should it? Or should it be customizable? If we don't have the horns, nah, we shouldn't be able to customize. That's too much customization for the player. Like, just horns and hair is enough. This is it's too much. So we need this, and then also the facial spikes will also be part of the because if you're gonna customize these, you'll be choosing like a different face instead. So there'll be different heads to choose from, and then morph sliders for those heads. I think that'd be the best way to go about it. Okay, let's go decimate this. Let's wait for it to decimate. Another sword which is really cool is the Carrion Knight sword. It just looks so good. But like the Ash of War on it, I need something that does physical damage that is also ranged. But this does pure magic damage. But it's really good as well because you can use this against really tanky opponents. I'll just send them flying, but I guess that's what I have Gavel of Haima for, and then also Cannon. Like they accomplish similar things. So I already have an answer for that in my arsenal, but look at that sword. Look how cool it looks. Oops. Also like the armor obviously, but the sword. Like the handle is crystal and it extends all the way into the blade. So you're like holding a glintstone crystal and channeling your power through that, which is just really cool. Medieval lightsaber. Yeah, I do need physical damage in this build because all of my spells, they only deal magic. Did I process all or just process current? I'm pretty sure I just process current, right? It's only processing this one. I can buy some crab actually. I should do that. I need to do the quest so I can get his ball bearing. So I don't have to run all the way over there anymore. How do I do that? I need to do Ronnie's quest. Wait, do I have... I don't have Celavis's clothes, so... What do I have? I don't think I talked to Ronnie yet on this character. I have the, okay, maybe I have talked to Ronnie. I killed Radon. Okay, so if I talk to Ronnie, she'll send me on the quest to go there. Do I have... No, I haven't. I haven't gone there yet. Okay, that means I go back, talk to Ronnie, go do the quest for Celivis. Do I have the oh, not this. Oh wait, yeah it is. I don't have that. Let's go get it. There's a sunlight shard here that I need. How many starlight shards do I have? Let's go check. I have 1. Alright. Let's go gather some starlight shards then. This is still processing. 70%. Oh, there's a scroll I can pick up as well. That is near one of these starlight shards. I don't know if I've grabbed the scroll. Not sure if I've picked it up yet. Looks like I haven't. I see it over there. I forget what this gives me though. $97 should be done soon. So there's only 2 here. Let's go to Kalid. There should be 1 here. Kalid Highway South. Need 5 of these to buy Dung Eater. Because he's a pretty good summon. 1 there. Should I get the one by the Bestial Sanctuary? I don't think I have. Might as well go here and grab all the waypoints. Sure. That means I don't have the golden seed over there as well. I need to go get that. Okay. Decimate current. Making my machine chug a little bit from the computation in the background. Do I have the summon pool for this guy? This guy drops a lot of runes. I should go get it if I don't have it. I've never been summoned here, so maybe I don't have it. I don't. Okay. Got that. This is a good place to AFK farm, by the way. This tower in particular. You just stand on the, just use the horse to get up there. No one will be able to get you. I've tested it myself. Is there a summon pool here? I think there should be one here. Maybe not. This is nice. I like the lighting here. We don't have this either. Summon pool. Okay, we gotta decimate again. Oh yeah. The Starlight Shard is over here. Let's go get that and then we'll go get the golden seed. So is that 4? It's either 4 or 5. That's 5. Okay, I have enough now. Well, missed the golden seed. Might as well get the waypoint. $95, $96. And we'll decimate this. And that should be low enough to bring into Moto. Yeah, Moto should be able to handle this. Let's go merge this with the extra bits here. Actually, we should probably merge all of this and then decimate. So these are all the spikes and all the extra bits. It looks correct to me. Whoa, getting lost here. The spikes need more geometry. I need to subdivide those, but it's fine for now. Okay. Let's go merge. So this is our retopo base. export this to Modo. FBX export. I wonder if I should just delete all of this. Let's go make a new folder. Old FBX. Old FBX. Sort this. Just because I don't want to deal with it right now, but I also don't want to I also don't want to delete it just in case. Oops, shit, you don't want to see that. Why do I have a vampire-based TGA file? What is that? So these are all ZTLs, ZBrush tools. Okay, we'll save this as vampire base F retopo 1. Okay. Let's go save this as well. Our high poly. With the decimated, just in case I need it again. Although it's unlikely. If anything, I'll have to make some changes and then do that process over again. If it's too slow, I might need to decimate again, but I think it should be fine. Modo should be able to handle this. Okay, here it is in Modo. And we can, yeah, start retopologizing. Give me a sec. Go turn off display. Okay. The humans should have the retopo. Is this the latest one? Human FLP4? I think it might be. Let's go open that, see what it looks like. Okay, yeah, that looks right. Okay. Let's go copy this over. So we already have that for the body. We just need to like make sure that it fits the high poly, which will be easy enough to do. But yeah, I'm gonna end it here. Tomorrow we'll keep doing this. It would be nice to do a test bake. I am very curious to see what these scales will look like after they've been baked, and if there's any adjustments I need to make to the high poly to make it look better. But yeah, take care, guys. Thanks for coming along. And bye. Oh, I got summoned. What the fuck? What is this? They need my help. Don't die before I get there. Oh. Invader down. Okay, well that's all for today. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.